We've got a long day, so we'll get started. Good morning, everyone, and welcome members of the public. Welcome to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, June 10th at 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Council, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation will be led by Rabbi Mari Chernow, Temple Israel of Hollywood from the 3rd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Angelo Gondolf Maldonado, former E7 Sergeant First Class United States Army from the 4th District. If you are able, please stand.
Thank you so much for this incredible honor. It's really a pleasure to be here. I don't know about you, dear supervisors, but I'm finding it challenging to be a leader these days. Our world is profoundly polarized. Anxiety and tension are in the air on a daily basis. The inhabitants, of our beautiful Los Angeles County, so full of mountains, seashores, creativity, and opportunity. The inhabitants feel vulnerable, perhaps differently than we have in a long time. Some physically, others emotionally, socially, spiritually. You don't need me to tell you about the fear and outrage, pain and worry that those in Los Angeles feel today. But we survive and thrive in hard times by anchoring ourselves to our deepest values. In the Jewish tradition, that means remembering, number one, that every single human being, every single one, is created b'tselem Elohim, in the image of God. Number two, that we are all partners in a covenant, a sacred agreement that requires us to improve the world and the lives of all of those around us. And number three, that we build holiness into our daily lives and take every opportunity to act holy and be holy in our compassion, in our pursuit of justice, in our respect for one another, and our love. As you begin your sacred work this morning, let me please express my gratitude to our Los Angeles Board of Supervisors and to every single person in this room. Your service is God's work, and it impacts our lives every single day. May the Holy One of Blessing reward you for your labor. May you be granted goodness and blessing, joy and delight, fulfillment and companionship, healing and hope. And we say, Amen.
Good morning. As we say the pledge this morning, I'd like to remind everybody that we have approximately 90,000 deported veterans that are not home right now. Please put your fan over your heart. If you are a veteran, you may salute. The Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank Rabbi Mari Cherno of Temple Israel Hollywood for leading us in the invocation today, and I think we needed that more than ever this morning. Rabbi Cherno is a proud Los Angeles native with deep roots in our community. After receiving her ordination in 2003 at the Los Angeles campus of Hebrew Union College, Jewish Institute of Religion, she went on to lead with distinction at Temple High in Phoenix, Arizona. There, she progressed to senior rabbi, overseeing every aspect of congregational life, from prayer and pastoral care to education and leadership development. In Hollywood and Phoenix, her impact has extended far beyond the walls of her congregations. She has served on the Board of Overseers for Hebrew Union College, Jewish Institute of Religion's LA campus, the Reform Movement think tank, and the Central Conference of American Rabbis, and she continues to be an active participant in the Shalom Hartman Institute's Rabbinic Torah Study Seminar. At a time when anti-Semitic attacks are on the rise across Los Angeles County and beyond, her leadership could not be more important. We must remain clear and united in our responsibility to protect Jewish communities, to stand up against hate in all its forms, and to build spaces where everyone feels safe and valued. And I think that's what you called on us to do exactly today. We are grateful for Rabbi Cherno's voice, her vision, and her unwavering dedication to our shared community. Thank you so much. Absolutely.
So lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really
This is for you.
Goodness, so nice.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you very, very much. Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start by thanking Commander Angelo Maldonado for joining us this morning and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And he brought two of his bodyguards with him this morning, Commander Javier Ortiz from Hawaiian Gardens and Bruce Barstow from Norwalk joining us this morning. Thank you for being here. I first met Angelo when he was the commander of the La Mirada VFW, Post 9148, and then as commander of the Norwalk American Legion Post 359. Angelo has always been an outspoken advocate for his fellow veterans and community. Born in Bellflower and raised in Norwalk, Angelo always had the urge to serve his nation, following in the footsteps of many members of his own family. He joined the Army in 1992 and became an infantryman. And during his time in the military, Angelo achieved the rank of Sergeant First Class and earned many decorations, such as Meritorious Service Medal, Joint Service Commendation, and the Army Achievement Medal, just to highlight a few. Since leaving the military, Angelo has not stopped his service, and one of his goals is to bring our deported veterans back to the country where they served. Thank you for that. Thank you, Angelo, for your service to our community and for joining this morning. You are one of the finest human beings I have come to know and work with, and you inspire me with your dedication and your commitment. So on behalf of the County of Los Angeles, we have a certificate of appreciation for Angelo Gandolf Maldonado for leading us in the pledge this morning. Please come and accept it. Yeah, tell the bodyguards. There you go.
So why don't you go ahead and bring Tangerine to the front over here. I have a familiar face with us this morning, and I'm hoping that the second time will be the charm. This is Tangerine, who is was our pet of the week in April, and sadly has not found a forever home yet. She's half Australian cattle dog, half German Shepherd, and 100% cutie. Tangerine is almost 2 years old and is a fan favorite at the Animal Care Center for staff and volunteers alike. She's gentle, playful, and great with other large dogs. If you're looking for a dog who enjoys walks, playing ball, and giving great snuggles, Tangerine is just for you. Don't miss the opportunity to bring this amazing dog home. You can call the Agora Care Center at 818-991-0071 to make this sweetie yours. Tangerine, and she was upstairs. She's a very, very sweet dog. Yeah. I'd also like to direct your attention to the screen for our pet from Palmdale. This is Vector, a 2-year-old Labrador Retriever mix. He was found romping around Little Rock and would love to walk right into your heart. To adopt Vector, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. Again, 661-575-2888. And lastly, I'd like to highlight a special promotion. To celebrate the Big Dog Days of Summer, adoption fees will be waived now through June 28th for dogs who are 35 pounds and bigger. A big dog means they're even more for you to love. Don't miss the opportunity to bring a big dog and a lot of joy into your life. So with that, this is Tangerine. I hope Tangerine finds a forever home. I'm told that when new dogs come into the shelter, Tangerine takes them under her wing and lets them know what's going on. True story. So that's Tangerine. Thank you. Now we will move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 15. On item 1, this includes a correction as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 5, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 9, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 10 and 11, Supervisor Solis requests that these items be held. Also on item 11, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 13, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 14, Administrative Matters, items 16 through 46. On item 16, the Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be continued to July 1st, 2025, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, and 31, Supervisor Hahn requests that these items be held and taken up together. Also on item 22, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 37, the Fire Chief requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to June 24, 2025, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 38, Ordinance for Introduction, item 47. On page 39, Special District Agendas. This is the agenda for the Sanitation District number 27 and the Newhall Ranch Sanitation District SD1. On page 40, this is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority, items 1D to 3D. On item 1D, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be referred back to her office as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 2D, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 41, this is the agenda for the Regional Park and Open Space District 1P. On page 43, notices of closed session, items CS1 through CS7. On item A7, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. As the request for continuances and the item to be referred back through A7 are before you, that completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
We will now hear the code of conduct.
Madam Chair, would you like to move and...
Okay, do you want to do that first, or you want to do the code of conduct? Okay, we'll move by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items. That will be the order.
And we'll now hear the code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today, we will begin with public comment on items not held for discussion by the board, including closed session matters, then items 5, 9, 10, and 11, followed by items 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, and 31, which will all be taken up together, then item A7 and general public comment, and finishing with closed session. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for two or more items not held by the board. 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors. 1 minute for all closed session items, and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by the supervisors, including the closed session matters. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be public comment on all items with exception of items 5, 9, 10, 11, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, 31, A7, and general public comment. These items will be taken up later for discussion. May the following individual please come forward and staff will assist you. John O'Brien. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and I'm sure we're dealing with some stress and tension, but good work on the over $120 million in what appear to be sole source or just amended contracts. That's not really in our interest, FYI. And the legal settlements are right in the zone of where we're having trouble with child sex abuse. This is not part of the $4 billion, John Doe versus, and then another one for excessive force in civil rights. So problematic. It's expensive. You know, it's over $2 million for the two of them taken together. And item 38, I just want to say, you know, this is Huntsman's report. Menstrual products are not something that should be held back, or it's very, very tricky. I don't understand why they're not, it's not a luxury. I mean, it's a test of how our system works if we can get this right. The recommendations from the monitor were very clear. Fix it. I do not understand how we are relying on these great
Next speaker,
leaders.
please.
And
Next speaker, please.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. On number 16, we have a state of black in Los Angeles County. My God, how hideous and racist is this, that if you have to have some subject matter, what are we going to have it on Chinese, and then are we going to have it on Hispanics too? This is ridiculous. That the state of black in the county of Los Angeles is due to the persons themselves. You have the opportunity to do what you will, and you have nothing to blame blacks. And to take this up in our county time here is hideous. And you refuse to. And if you don't like what I have to say, how about Dr. Thomas Sowell of the Hoover Institute? And you want to go up there. If you don't like him because he's black, how about Victor Davis Hanson? This is absurd that you have to do this hideous race-baiting garbage, but that's what you are. And until we get rid of the gang
Thank you.
of four,
Next speaker,
the
please.
Democrat assassin, perversion,
Next
and
speaker, please.
child molesters, which I pray to see you in the Alcatraz.
Thank you.
Moderator,
with
can we
Thank
have
you.
the next speaker,
Thank
please?
you. Thank you.
Toilet.
Thank you. Mr.
Madam
O'Brien?
Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will
Mr.
now go to
O'Brien.
in-person speakers. Please begin.
Yes, I'm a resident of Holly Mitchell's district, and I'm also a original Stonewall veteran who was illegally then as a gay man, and I came today to talk about why we should support people who are human beings. This nation was built on illegalities of who is illegal and illegal. People were murdered in this country, and their lands were stolen by people who were not indigenous. Then we had military forces take lands by strength, and they called that legal. We had slavery that was called legal. I was a civil rights activist at the age of 13, went down. I was born in Harlem, New York, of immigrant Irish parents, and I got motivated in 1962 to speak out against people who were being unjustly carried out. And so I saw the legal laws of Jim Crow. I saw the legalities of other things. I recognized myself as a gay man.
Thank you.
I was illegal.
That concludes the time for public comment on these items.
Madam Chair, the following items are before you. Items 1 through 4, 6 through 8, 12 through 15, 17 through 20, item 27, 30, 32 through 36, 38 through 47, SD1, 2D, and 3D, 1P. These items are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Executive Officer, please announce the next item.
We are on item 5, implementing an innovative specialized child welfare program for young children in care, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item.
Supervisor Horvath and then Supervisor Mitchell, would you like to make remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge from Local 1014, Dave Gelati, who is here, who provided assistance to our city colleague yesterday with a health emergency during our rally that was out here at Gloria Molina Park. And I just want to thank you for stepping up and stepping in to take care of someone who is in need. We appreciate you sharing your service. Related to Agenda Item 5, I'm proud to co-author this motion with Supervisor Mitchell, which addresses much-needed services and supports for the youngest children in our foster care system, those who are aged 0 through 5. As of June 5th, DCFS data tells us that over 2,500, nearly 37% of all family maintenance cases are for children 5 and under, and nearly 3,700, that's about 30% of out-of-home care cases, are children 5 and under. We know that children under the age of 5 are more likely than any other age group to suffer tragic outcomes, including child fatalities. We also know that children experience the most brain development in the early years of life, with 80% of a child's brain developing by age 3. The Center on the Developing Child at Harvard notes that our early experiences shape our brain architecture, which provides the foundation for all future learning, behavior, and health. For a young child, every interaction with a caregiver impacts their development and their ability to form healthy relationships and attachments. It impacts their ability to feel safe in this world. The 0 to 5 population has unique needs and requires specialized support and resources, and we can and must do better to support them. Because research has established the importance of responsive serve and return actions with caregivers in brain development, it is important that we rethink opportunities to improve regular child protection service processes with the special needs of very young children in mind. We need strategies and supports that recognize the importance of early childhood development, and with this motion, we intend to do just that. We want to focus on the potential for partnerships with local leaders in the early childhood field, as well as forging connections with community-based organizations, early childhood education, and schools to support children and their caregivers. This motion will allow us to better link DCFS workers to expert knowledge and local expertise already in place in communities throughout the county. It also allows those experts to be a resource in developing and implementing child-centered approaches to intervention, safety, and family support. Our hope is that with program expansion, the Young Children in Care section will be able to support all DCFS regional offices, ensuring that we can better help children and families throughout the county. We know there's a demand for this specialized support, and we want to ensure we can meet it. I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for her continued leadership in this space and for co-authoring this motion with me. And I want to thank our partners at DCFS, First 5 LA, the Commission for Children and Families, DPH, the OCP, and the LA County Office of Education for their commitment to supporting our youngest in care and their families. Thanks also to our advocates and community leaders whose wisdom will help inform our next steps. I look forward to the DCFS Young Children in Care expansion plan and additional recommendations to follow in this report back. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you, and thank you very much, Supervisor Horvath, for the motion. You know, Maya Angelou says, when you know better, you do better. And I was just sitting here thinking as I listened to Supervisor Horvath's remarks that the Prop 10 ballot initiative passed maybe 30 years ago that created our first 5 commissions. And that was some of the cutting edge research around brain development 0 to 5. So we have known better for quite some time. So I appreciate being a part of local government in the county, acknowledging it's time for us to step up and really think about a robust interagency collaboration. Imagine that. That will really center our youngest shared constituents. I want to thank Brandon Nichols for his active participation since I've served on the First 5 Commission here in Los Angeles. And he and I heard a presentation from the president and CEO of LA First 5 that really hit us both kind of below the gut. And that's when we recognize the number of children 0 to 5 in this county that have a open case or are touched by our DCFS system, and the disproportionality within our 0 to 5 population that are touched by our DCFS system. And so I think this motion is a bold and necessary step forward. And again, with input from all of those who also know better, community partners, subject matter experts. LA County has a very robust, active early care and education ecosystem. And together, we're going to build a system that I believe will be more responsive and inclusive and effective for the youngest children in our care. I too look forward to the report back and remain committed to advancing equity, stability, and wellness for every child in Los Angeles County. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Supervisors Horvath and Mitchell for authoring this motion. I think a lot of people don't realize that babies and toddlers make up a large part of our foster care system. In LA County, 1 out of every 3 foster children are under the age of 3. These early years are the most important time we know for brain development, also the time when children are most at risk of serious harm, especially if their families are in crisis. There's also a deep racial imbalance in the system. Black and African American children under 5 are 7 times more likely to be placed in foster care than children of other races. The trauma young children experience can affect them for life, but there's hope. With the right mental health supports early on, children can heal and thrive. These services not only change lives, they also save public dollars in the long run. And that's why the county created this special program called Young Children in Care, Birth to 5 program, and helped launch Hope Court, the first court in the county focused only on children under the age of 3 and their families. These are big steps in the right direction, but we need to do more. And right now, just 3 people run this YCIC, which is Young Children in Care program, and they're stretched thin. The demand for help is much greater than what they can provide. So today's motion is asking DCFS to create a full plan to expand that program, improve services, and partner with more local organizations that support families. This is about giving our youngest, most vulnerable children a real chance at safety, stability, and a better future, and making sure no child is left behind just because of their age or background. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I want to thank Supervisor Horvath and Mitchell for introducing the motion. And you know, I take very seriously the county's safety net role in serving our vulnerable children in foster care. This is especially true for children under the age of 5 who are more vulnerable to serious and adverse outcomes. And children ages 0 to 3 make up 1/3 of the children in the county's care. I believe it's imperative that the county has focused efforts in partnership with our community to meet their needs. And that also, I want to underscore, multicultural and linguistically appropriate services as well. I appreciate DCFS' effort to serve these children, including in the creation of the Young Children in Care Birth to 5 program, who have developed a first-in-the-nation birth of 5 policy. And I also want to recognize the work of the Office of the Advancement of Early Care and Education within DPH, First 5, Los Angeles, and our Commission for Children and Families for their role on this very important work. I look forward to the report back from the motion to determine how we can develop an even more comprehensive framework to support our youngest children, vulnerable children, in our child welfare system, as well as their families. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I support this motion. I thank you for bringing it in. There's no question, I know up in the Antelope Valley, I see the complex cases that are coming into our system. And while we're focused on the development of these children, understand that trauma being taken out of the home is real. And it's important for us to provide support and services for our young under 5 that are coming into our system. I wholeheartedly support this, and I also support our social workers who each and every day are doing the best they can to make sure that especially those with medical needs are met with everything that they need. But it's important for us to put an all hands on deck and support DCFS as we move forward, because these youth are our future. So with that, I am happy to support this, and I appreciate you bringing it in. Any other comments? All right, Executive Officer or any members of the public want to just talk on this item?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Hello?
Please begin.
Is it me, Eric Previn?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Let's start my clock and do I have 1 minute?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks. Give me 1 minute. The motion, says something that we know, that this child welfare system hasn't delivered. So now we're building a flowchart of better intentions, which I appreciate, but all these groups aligning, I don't know, alignment is different than accountability. We keep saying it takes a village, but in LA County, it takes a village to build a flowchart. We need less coordination mechanics and more actual backbone. The fewer initiatives, more caregivers who actually stay. Yes, we love our DCF employees who are doing a good job, but not so much jargon and more justice for families that get caught in this cycle of neglect by the system that we run, not just inside the system. So if we know better, we do better.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Let's stop diagramming and do something.
Next speaker, please.
Roy Humphreys.
Okay, thank you. Just a very short comment on it. It's really unnerving when we have persons in positions of supervisors make some disingenuous comments such as, oh, the black people and the more we have, more the black and the Hispanics, you're playing the old race card, when if you did a little justice to the people that you're speaking to, you would know that it's a self-inflicted issue. And to tell you again, I refer you again to Dr. Thomas Sowell and Victor Davis Hanson, because I know you won't believe a darn thing that I have to say. And it's just grating that you treat your constituents with such disdain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no other speakers in the queue. So with that, moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve item number 5. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Executive Officer, please announce the next item.
We are on item 9, creating a closed-circuit television policy within the probation department, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item.
Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, you may recall that last week we approved a $2.7 million settlement for a youth who was repeatedly assaulted while being incarcerated at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall under the eyes and direction of multiple probation officers. This egregious act of abuse was caught on CCTV camera, but no one was monitoring the footage at the time, so it took weeks before the footage was discovered. The CCTV footage has led to the indictment of multiple probation officers by the California Attorney General. CCTV cameras are one of the tools that we have to protect both our youth and staff in our juvenile facilities, detention facilities. Camera footage can be used to verify or disprove allegations, to confirm that departmental policies are being followed, and their presence can deter abuses of power in the first place. But CCTV cameras need to be regularly monitored in order to fully serve their purpose. And there needs to be a clear policy in place for reviewing them and reporting any instances of concern. In fact, our California Department of Justice directed our probation department to create a CCTV review protocol as part of their stipulated judgment. This protocol was supposed to be submitted to the DOJ back in December of last year, but because of various delays, including back and forth revisions between the department and the DOJ, it has not been finalized or implemented. And I just don't think we can afford to wait any longer. I think this policy needs to be finalized and sent to DOJ. And then once it's approved, we need to train our probation department on the policy so that it can be implemented effectively. So this motion directs our probation department to report back in 30 days with their CCTV policy that they're submitting to the California Department of Justice. I understand that once a policy is submitted, like everything else the probation department submits, it still needs to get approval by the DOJ. So this motion will ask for a plan and timeline for implementation and training once that policy is approved. I just think we have to do better to foster a safe environment in all of our probation facilities, and I believe CCTV is part of that solution. And I don't think this policy should be delayed any longer than it already has been. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for joining me as a co-author. If it's okay with Madam Chair, I will let you
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. Thanks to Supervisor Hahn for this motion and for welcoming me as your co-author. As our probation department continues to navigate this ongoing crisis, this is an issue that is especially important. Our youth deserve safety, dignity, and care, especially when they're in our custody. This motion is about ensuring we're meeting the most basic responsibility, protecting young people in care from harm. Transparency isn't just optional, it is essential. By implementing a strong CCTV review protocol, including random audits and 24/7 coverage, we're taking a step forward in restoring community trust in our juvenile justice system and creating a critical mechanism of oversight and accountability. Random audits, thorough documentation, and clear protocols ensure that misconduct is not hidden and good practices are reinforced. We owe that to our youth, our staff, and the public. A strong CCTV policy is meant to capture uses of force, uses of OC spray, and other incidents that require intervention by leadership or investigation, which are necessary tools for accountability and training. Given reports of gladiator fights, continued staff callouts, and sexual misconduct suits, it is important to the families and communities from which our young people are coming from to know that stringent oversight is valued and followed. To prevent future abuses of power, it is my hope that this policy is quickly written and fully implemented by the department at all of our facilities, especially as the department has begun its moves as part of its court-approved depopulation plan. I'd also like to acknowledge OIG and the work it has done in creating informative and insightful reports, and looking forward to receiving additional reports with even further improved compliance. Thank you again to Supervisor Hahn for her leadership on this motion, and I ask that all of my colleagues join in supporting it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. And to Supervisor Hahn and Horvath, thank you for bringing the motion forward. The absence of a finalized CCT review protocol within the probation department leaves a very serious gap in oversight, and one that puts our youth and our service providers, as well as our outside staff and CBOs, at risk. The recent findings from the Office of Inspector General point to troubling discrepancies between incident reports and what is captured on CCTV footage. That kind of inconsistency undermines trust and accountability in our juvenile justice system. And that's why the inclusion of the 24/7 CCTV coverage is so critical. We can't afford any blind spots. Around-the-clock monitoring is essential to ensure that policies are followed, safety protocols are met, and any incidents are reported, especially those involving use of force that, when they are captured, are accurately documented and reviewed. But more than that, we have to provide enforcement tools. And I want to commend the DOJ and Attorney General Bonta for his recent work on disclosing the gladiator fights that occurred at Los Padrinos. And I know that this is something that none of us want to see ever occur in any of our camps or any of our halls, anywhere. And I know that having the ability to have visual aids and making sure that those blind spots are all covered, and that when appropriate to have cameras available on our personnel is also very important. So accountability, transparency are of the utmost importance. They will minimize any lawsuits and prevent those lawsuits from coming forward against our department. Thank you very much to you, Supervisor Hahn, and to Horvath. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to thank the authors of the motion. You know, this is the kind of policy that, you know, as Arsenio Hall used to say, makes you go, like, how did we have the CCTV system and then it wasn't fully operationalized? It's also the kind of gap in service that erodes, you know, public confidence in government systems. So I really appreciate you bringing this forward today. Again, a policy is only as good as it is operationalized. And so I look forward to making sure that happens. I would also hope that the Department of Justice also acts swiftly once our probation department finalizes it, that they approve it quickly so that we don't have the back and forth like we apparently had historically. So DOJ, help us, help you, help our children. And I also appreciate that the motion includes training. The policy will only be words on paper unless people are trained to use it. The gladiator videos were nauseating. And so I certainly hope that others in the department saw them too, and that until all of this comes to fruition, behavior changes. And I'd like to acknowledge the speed with which, once the probation department was made aware of it, the speed with which swift, decisive action was taken with regard to those probation employees. There is no place in the county family for people who think it's appropriate to take advantage of children who are already vulnerable and make them fight for food. So thank you for the motion. I look forward to supporting it.
Thank you. Executive Officer, will you please call members of the public?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you'd like to address item 9, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Helen Eigenberg, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. Helen Eigenberg. I'm a resident of SD3. I want to thank Supervisor Hahn and Horvath for putting this motion forward. The trust is already gone. We need to be doing everything we can. This poor youth that was beat up in the gladiator fight is just so unacceptable. So please, everyone just vote for this. Let's move on, and let's get it implemented as quickly as we can. We owe this to the youth, to the staff, and we owe this to the youth's families as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, Supervisor Mitchell said it's good to know that this system wasn't working. But that's the problem, because we only find out when something awful happens. And when people from the public go nuts, like me, you should listen, not declare a fake emergency and clear the room. The CCTV should be about prevention, but instead, we learn after the fact that it doesn't work or that they bury it, and we don't want an army of people reviewing footage when you can step out of frame. And now we're reactive, talking about gladiator style violence behind closed doors. We need cameras in county shelters as well. And we need to be able to see the footage, not have it blocked. Stop hiding what you're afraid to show.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dolores Canales, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Dolores Canales. I am from a resident in SD4, and I would like to thank Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Horvath for bringing forth this motion, and also for the Board of Supervisors' comments regarding this motion and their support. I think that a clear plan and timeline is very important just from the videos that we've seen released so far. I support this motion, and thank you for supporting the motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. And I want to applaud you all for delving into this situation. It's long overdue. The Probation Department is a criminal organization, decades in the making. It will take huge sums of money to correct this thing in any expedition. As a matter of fact, I'm a senior person, as you may or may not know, and I'm going to make this prediction. I will be dead and gone before this situation is cured. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. That concludes time for public comment on this item.
Thank you. Item 9 is before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Executive Officer, please announce the next item.
We are on item 10, enhancing measles vaccinations and prevention throughout the county, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Joshua Bobrowski, Director, Government Affairs for the Department of Public Health, is here and available for questions.
Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, the United States, as you know, is currently experiencing the worst measles outbreak in recent years. This year, there have been more than 1,000 confirmed measles cases nationwide, including the state of California. Unfortunately, the number of measles cases continues to grow. Measles, as you know, is an extremely contagious virus that can lead to significant health complications, including death. When an unvaccinated person is exposed, they have a 90% chance of becoming infected. The number of cases we're seeing across the country are particularly concerning, as measles was officially eradicated back in the year 2000 in the United States. This was considered a historic public health achievement at that time. Vaccine uptake and increased knowledge and information around measles was constant. However, the country is now experiencing growing misinformation around vaccines, including MMR vaccine. And just yesterday, we learned that the U.S. Health and Human Service Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., removed every member of the independent panel advising the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on vaccines. And given the Trump administration's effort to undermine progress achieved through vaccination efforts and an increasing number of measles cases, the county should and must take proactive steps to enhance vaccine uptake. This is why this motion directs DHS in collaboration with DPH to do the following: enhance the uptake and consistent tracking of measles vaccinations, including historical vaccine records in the California Immunization Registry, develop a system-wide report of DHS adult measles vaccination status, and include and serve as a hospital referral site for administering post-exposure treatment. The motion directs DPH in partnership with LA County Office of Ed, DHS, and DMH to do the following: engage with daycares and schools to promote back-to-school vaccination efforts throughout the county, educate and build relationships with prometoras, community health workers and navigators and trusted messengers to spread awareness on measles and the importance of those vaccinations, and work with our health plans and providers to consistently report measles vaccinations and develop recommendations of additional vaccines that should be more consistently tracked. And finally, to share and disseminate social media graphics and copy in multiple languages with our partners to help spread this information. Given the ongoing measles outbreak in the U.S. and the continuous rises in the case, I believe it's critical that the county continue to identify opportunities to keep the county residents safe from measles and other vaccine-preventable diseases. Dr. Ferrer, I know you're here today, and I appreciate you and your staff. And I wanted you to help walk us through this to understand measles prevention and the response efforts that we rely on federal funding. And can you describe how resource-intensive responding to a measles case can be, and how might potential federal funding cuts impact the county's ability to respond to measles outbreak?
Thank you so much, Supervisor Solis, and to the entire board for your leadership on this issue to ensure that our communities can be better protected from communicable diseases. And measles is one of the most highly infectious diseases that we have. So we appreciate this motion because it allows us to really improve our ability to get more people vaccinated, as well as to understand the importance of making sure people have good information and that we're able to track and report cases that come into us. So I loved your question and really appreciated it about what happens when we have a measles case, because as you know, we just have a measles case right now. One person, an unvaccinated person who's infected, or a vaccinated person who gets infected, because the vaccine, 97% effective if you have your 2 doses, but not 100%. And some people only have had 1 dose, in which case it's 93%, and some people have had no doses. People who get infected will easily spread that vaccine to anybody else who's not infected. So as you noted, 90% chance if you come in contact with a person infected with measles and you're unvaccinated, that you will come down with measles. So our staff, when there's one case, has to identify as best to our ability every single person who might have been exposed to the person who's infected during their infectious period. And for us, for example, with this case, we have almost 700 people that have been identified that we need to find and follow up with. We have to find them and determine their vaccination status. If they're fully vaccinated, there's no risk, and they can return to their normal activities. We do ask everyone to monitor, but they really have very little risk. But if they're not vaccinated, or if they don't know their vaccine status, we have to follow up with them. For people who don't know their vaccine status, we will ask them to go ahead and get some blood drawn so that we can determine whether or not they have protection. And for people who are unvaccinated, depending on the window of time, we may be able to offer them prophylactic. But if we can't, they need to quarantine themselves for 21 days from the time they were exposed to prevent the possibility of they go ahead and expose others. I mean, we all just saw, we have real life examples this year and what happened in Texas, where again, one case resulted in hundreds and hundreds of people getting infected in that one area. And sadly, two children who were unvaccinated came down with measles and passed away. So I know many people say, why so intensive? Highly contagious, and in fact, can cause serious illness and even death. I also want to note that some people can't be vaccinated, which is why we double down on our efforts. So children, for sure under 6 months, and for most babies under 12 months, they've not yet been vaccinated. And if they come in contact with someone with measles, they're highly likely to get sick, and in fact, they can get very sick. There are some people who are immunocompromised, and there are a whole host of people who are maybe new to our country that didn't have an opportunity to yet get vaccinated. These are not people who chose to be unvaccinated. They just weren't offered the vaccine yet. And they too then are very high risk. So we do our job because we don't want to have what happened in Texas happen here. We want to make sure that nobody who was exposed isn't alerted to the possibility that they could come down with measles and that they, in fact, could then go on and expose others. So right now, our team has worked. This case came in on Friday. The team worked all weekend, and we still haven't been able to find everybody. But we'll continue doing the best that we can
And
to
how
find
many
people.
have, that we know, confirmed cases in the county exist?
How many confirmed cases have we had?
Yeah, since we, this year.
I think this year we've had 4 confirmed cases. And I want to note we've done this job on every single confirmed case. And to date, we have no known people that were infected from our initial cases.
And I think what has to be underscored is that typically children here in the county get immunized, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean,
the rate is pretty high.
Yeah, the rate is pretty high. Unfortunately, it used to be higher. I think we've had a lot of folks concerned about vaccine safety. One of the jobs that we do ongoing throughout the year is try to make sure people have good information. You know, it's super hard because, you know, everyone can just go on a platform and look up, you know, measles vaccine and get both really accurate information and really inaccurate information. Our job as a health department is to try to make sure people know what the accurate information is. You know, we're not being helped at the moment, to be honest, by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, who himself has a long track record of being a person that does not favor vaccines, particularly lots of vaccines for children. And I think, sadly, you know, for a person when it's such a powerful position, you need to be very, very careful about not mixing your own personal ideas with what the science says. And firing the entire vaccine advisory board. You know, these are people who have served in Republican administrations and Democratic administrations. They're scientists in high regard. They're physicians in high regard. You know, that doesn't really help our community understand the importance of vaccines, vaccine safety, all the work we do around vaccine safety. Measles vaccine has been with us for decades, highly effective, and really with very few safety concerns.
Are there any issues that we should be aware of with respect to federal cutbacks in this program?
Well, you know, sadly, the prevention funding that we get, which, you know, I think is so important to public health because it allows us to be out in the communities talking to residents. We want to understand what their concerns are, what their fears are, the information they have already received, and try to provide them with accurate information, help them get to a healthcare provider as well. That funding pretty much has disappeared in the proposed new federal budget. That's a proposal from the president. You know, we're hoping that with the help, obviously, of the board, all of our residents and our community partners, that we will be able to explain to this new administration how important our prevention efforts are.
Well, that hasn't been voted on yet. That's the budget.
It hasn't been voted on, and we have a lot of opportunities.
So it's in the Senate right now.
We have a lot of opportunities to make sure that people understand that prevention is key to public health. We also, you know, are under threat with the new proposed presidential budget because it's stripping away money for our data systems as well. We all learned during COVID how important it was for us to know who was infected so we could actually do all of the contact tracing. That applies to all of our infectious diseases, including measles. We've been in the process of upgrading our systems. We don't want to stop.
And that's mandated, right?
Yeah, it is.
2023?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So now that may go away, or we won't have funding.
Yeah, there's a proposal to reduce the funding for that. As a matter of fact, $45 million worth of funding that we have right now. The federal government tried to stop that contract, but the governor and, I think 23 states went into court. They have received a preliminary injunction, so we're able to continue those surveillance activities, that data modernization that I talked about. But again, that's under risk.
Right, okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Ferrer and your
Thank
team,
you.
for informing us on this. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you. Dr. Burt, just out of curiosity, do you get the percentage of students that are vaccinated throughout the entire county?
Yeah, we do. I mean, we do a lot of work to get those numbers, but schools are required to report to us their vaccination numbers. This is to enter school, you need to be fully vaccinated. And our rates in general are about 95%. They vary by different vaccines and the coverage for different vaccines. And sadly, they vary by schools. At some of our schools, we have very high rates, 99%. At some other schools, we have very low rates in the 80s. We'll work with those schools to try to figure out how they can reach parents and make sure that children get fully vaccinated. But we track on that every year.
Yeah, and that was my next question is, can you, through the school district, reach out to the parents and even have maybe a public health nurse on campus that can administer the vaccination?
Yeah, we will work closely with the schools. I do want to note some of these schools are private schools, and our ability to be on school campuses really depends on them feeling comfortable having us. But we offer all of that. We also have a lot of materials that schools can send out, and in fact, I'm not sure that we'll be able to continue doing this in the future, depending on what our funding reductions are. But we have also been able to mobilize and send a vaccination team out. Again, in most of these situations, we have a lot of work to do with parents about the importance of vaccines and vaccine safety.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public that wish to comment on this item?
Will the
And thank you,
following
Dr.
individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Francisco Portillo. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 10, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Diego Rodriguez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. Diego Rodriguez, CEO of Alma and Public Health Commissioner for SD1. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for her proactive motion. As extensive research in vaccinology shows that while the MMR vaccine for measles is over 97% effective, improved vaccine tracking and communication can significantly increase public uptake and reduce transmission. We have seen this at work during the 2019 outbreak as communities with better outreach and record systems stop transmissions quickly. Strengthening LA County's tracking systems for vaccinations and improving communications will significantly boost public awareness. So please, I urge the board to support this important public health initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Vivian English, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Vivian English. I'm with the Wellness Center, LA. I would like to speak in support of item 10. I also want to thank Supervisor Inda Solis for a motion to enhance measles vaccinations and prevention throughout our county. Getting the MMR vaccine is the most effective way of preventing measles. I'm very upset about what RFK Jr. did with removing the members of CDC panel advising on vaccines. I think it's essential. I have 2 little boys. We vaccinated them, and I think it's important that our county continues to take proactive steps to ensure utilization of this life-saving vaccine. I request the board to please support this important motion, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Alex Lee, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, staff, and public. My name is Alex Lee. I'm a pediatrician. I'm also with LA Care and see patients in South LA and East LA. I'd like to speak in support of item number 10. And also, I want to thank Supervisor Solis for her motion here, both on the vaccine, the measles vaccine, and in general, I think with Dr. Farrar, all the vaccines that's necessary for our kids and our adults in this county. Getting the MMR and scheduled vaccines is, in my opinion, as a pediatrician, one of the most effective ways of preventing measles and other communicable disease. I mean, the data really shows it. And it's really sad that the current administration and also their recent dismissal of the current group of medical and public health experts, that, this kind of bedrock of healthcare is under assault. So again, I would like to thank the board for your support of this important motion and being proactive at the local level. And I just want to note that LA Care as a public health plan is here to support and promoting vaccination and combating myths and disinformation along with you, county
Thank
health
you.
and public health
Next
partners.
speaker, please.
Again, thank you very much.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, I don't want to thank you for your efforts here, but something that is missed, and I don't understand why people are so well educated, so forth. When you have persons, I'll take any number that you want to throw out there, anywhere from 15 to 20 million people, thanks to the Biden administration, coming in off our borders for every part of the globe. Where vaccination is not a big deal. You know what I'm saying here? And then you say, hey, man, I wonder how this influx, how does this change happen? I just gave you the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. I was alarmed that, what's-his-name, RFK Jr. got rid of the vaccination specialists. And I was also alarmed to hear that we're looking for 700 individuals who were exposed to measles. I know Dr. Ferrer made that point. How are we looking? I mean, that is a little creepy. And how about item 2? I think there's a $2 million campaign advertising. That's quite an item. Nicely done, by the way. But it's called from Elevation Services or something, LLC. Quite a Elevation Strategies. This elevates the spin, but not necessarily the services. But I think if we need to find those people, let's do it. But let's not do raids at our department stores, at our Home Depot, at anywhere. We don't need large shows of force over, anything, especially not citizenship and especially not public health. Okay, we need the law enforcement people to do
Thank
those
you.
jobs.
Next
and
speaker,
the
please.
military to go back to their campus. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Francisco Portillo. I'm with Wesley Health Centers. I would like to speak in support of item number 10. I want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis for her motion to enhance measles vaccination and prevention throughout the county. Getting the MMR vaccine is the most effective way of preventing measles. It is important that the county continue to take proactive steps to increase awareness and utilization of this life-saving vaccine. I request the board to support this important motion. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the time for public comment on this item.
The motion is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Executive Officer. We're going to move on to item number 11. Will you please announce the next item?
We are on item 11, advocating for using the AIDS Drug Assistance Program Rebate Fund to sustain county HIV programs, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, I also want to thank Supervisor Horvath for joining me on this very important, what I consider very important motion. Colleagues, Los Angeles County has the second largest HIV epidemic in the United States. And at the end of 2023, approximately 58,000 individuals in the county of Los Angeles were living with HIV. And every year, approximately 1,400 new HIV infections occur. We also know that gay and bisexual men, transgender persons, women of color, people experiencing homelessness, and those suffering from substance use disorders are disproportionately impacted. And to address the public health crisis, the Department of Public Health has maintained an HIV prevention cooperative agreement with the CDC since 1993. This cooperative agreement has enabled critical investments in resources to support HIV prevention, testing, linkage, and other important and vital services. Given the disproportionate HIV burden that the County of Los Angeles faces, it is also one of 57 priority jurisdictions in the United States that are a part of the National Ending the HIV Epidemic Initiative. This initiative seeks to reduce new HIV infections in the U.S. by 90% by 2030. These federal programs have allowed the Department of Public Health to deliver comprehensive HIV prevention services through local community-based organizations to ensure access to culturally and linguistically appropriate services throughout the County of Los Angeles. However, I want to say that the Trump administration has not provided funding to the County of Los Angeles for these important HIV preventive initiatives beyond May 31st of this year. This is extremely troubling. The Department of Public Health estimates that up to 650 new HIV infections will occur each year over the next 5 years if domestic HIV prevention funding is halved. Restoration of federal domestic HIV prevention funding has to be our priority here in LA County. But in the meantime, the California AIDS Drug Assistance Program, known as ADAP rebate fund, represents an opportunity, I believe, for the state to partnership to help support vital HIV prevention programs that are at risk of being eliminated. That is why this motion directs CEO Lair, in partnership with DPH, to send a 5-signature letter to Governor Gavin Newsom and members of the legislature requesting to incorporate funding from the ADAP rebate fund in the state budget to sustain vital HIV prevention programs. And it also directs the CEO, in partnership with DPH and the Center for Strategic Partnerships, to explore other partnerships with philanthropy to preserve HIV prevention efforts. Colleagues, we well know the governor and the state legislature have long supported these issues, and I believe this board has too, and we're on record. In fact, the state legislature budget plan released yesterday allocates $75 million in ADAP rebate funds to support programs experiencing loss of the federal funding. I appreciate the state's partnership on this effort, and I hope that we can all work together to identify a better solution and long-term. Now I'd like to hand it over to my co-author, Supervisor Horvath. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this critical motion and having me as co-author on it. Los Angeles County has been an epicenter of the HIV/AIDS epidemic since it was first identified. Los Angeles AIDS activists helped create one of the most organized, successful community movements in modern American history. And due to their tireless efforts, there are now life-saving care, treatment, and prevention programs being implemented to end HIV/AIDS epidemic once and for all. Now, the federal administration has hijacked congressionally appropriated funding for the county's HIV prevention programs. Without this funding, there will be devastating impacts to the county, contracted community providers, and Angelenos at risk for contracting HIV. While this federal administration is bent on dismantling our public health infrastructure, I am committed to exploring every possibility to ensure that essential public health services like HIV prevention continue to meet the needs of our communities. I fully support ending the epidemic's state budget proposal to use ADAP rebate funds to support our county In fact, I served on the Ending the Epidemic Committee before I became a supervisor and appreciate the work that has been done in the county on this issue for a long time. These funds could provide a new stream of funding dedicated to ensuring the Department of Public Health and our contracted community providers will be able to continue life-saving services, preserve our HIV prevention infrastructure, and prevent painful reductions in staffing. Philanthropy has also helped play a historic role in funding HIV/AIDS research, care, and prevention. As we face these heartless cuts by the administration, their support and partnership are even more important. So I want to acknowledge the HIV advocates in our county who have worked closely with my office, some of whom are present here today, and we thank you for your tireless leadership on this and so many issues for our community. Your commitment and passion inspire me to maintain my hope that by working together, we can get to zero. Zero new infections, zero AIDS-related deaths, zero stigma. We have come too far to allow us to go back. Turning back time is not an option. I'm glad to share that yesterday we received word that the California legislature has included the funding outlined in this motion in its budget agreement, which makes this motion even more important and timely as their budget still needs to be signed by the governor. So it's important for us to be resoundingly on record. And I especially want to thank the California LGBTQ Legislative Caucus for their leadership on this issue. I also want to ask our CEO, I know that we are very vigilant in how we are addressing any sort of potential funding changes from the state and federal government, and we have a policy as it relates to how we address funding gaps, especially including in terms of safety and health. And so how are we making sure that dollars that are not controlled by the state and federal government that are related to our work on HIV/AIDS in Los Angeles County will continue to serve those needs because they're more critical than ever?
Thank you for that. So I think your question references how we're basically using our local dollars, which are unrestricted. We are looking to DPH and we are working with DPH basically to reprioritize their existing funding. We know that DPH has a set of funding that is dedicated to DPH purposes. They have to work with our office in order to be able to access those funds, and we are certainly willing to work with them to access their existing funding. So that is what we would be doing. We'd be working with DPH, and I just want to be really clear, it is to access and reallocate funding that's already budgeted and allocated.
Okay, I think this will continue to be an ongoing conversation as we see cuts. We're going to certainly hear from the community, and as we continue our budget conversations, making sure that the dollars that we are in control of, that we are able to invest what we can, because this critical life-saving work is essential for far too many members of our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Furr, can I ask you a question? Thank you. Of the allocation on the education dollars, how much is state? Because the state cut out some funding as well, and I know Supervisor Horvath just referenced that there's legislation bringing it back in. But what portion?
So we had a grant of $19 million from the federal government. It's an HIV prevention grant. It ended on May 31st. It's a grant that's in a 5-year cycle, but every year we get a new acknowledgement of what the award amount is going to be for that year. May 31st has come and gone, and we have no award announcement, which means we have no funding. Without a notice that they're terminating the grant, it's been hard for the governor's office to know where they were going to step in, but they do have this money in this ADAP rebate program that is designated as funding that's to be used to help do all kinds of work related to HIV and AIDS. So one request has been, there have been 2 requests from the advocates. One was for $5 million to just close the gap for June. That did not happen. So in fact, by the state, but they didn't have any money in. They were just asked to fill a gap for June. And then there's the larger question of using the ADAP funding to really fund all of the HIV prevention work that may be lost moving forward without federal grant funding being renewed. But it is a difficult time because we don't have a letter terminating that program. And technically, we're in a 5-year cycle on that program. That's funding we got since 1996, I think.
So you don't have a letter, but you're not getting.
But
the money either.
but we have no award letter for this year, which means we are getting no funding, and we cannot act as if we have funding.
And is there a state match required?
There's no state,
No state match, so it's all federal dollars?
But that ADAP rebate money really is an appropriate place, I think, for the state to look to help us make up the gap between what we're losing at the federal level and resources we may have at the state level.
So it's 19 million that we're talking
We
about?
lost 19 million, which is what the funding level was for this year, and what we would have anticipated the funding level was for next year. You know, that really, that was 83 contracts with 39 community-based providers, some of whom are here, and I want to thank them for all their work and their support. And it also funds about 48 staff at the Department of Public Health that are associated, that also have no funding source behind them and have received notices of reassignment.
Okay, so it's a 5-year contract.
5-year contract where you have to get a renewal every year with your funding amount.
And what year are we on in that contract?
Third year, I think.
Third year. And then where does the Ryan White CARE Act dollars fit in?
Ryan White is a different source of funding that's really focused on services for people living with HIV and AIDS. It does have a small amount on prevention. I want to note that in the president's budget, there also are reductions to Ryan White and the services that are provided by Ryan White.
Zeroed out. I heard it was zeroed out.
Only some lines are zeroed out. Some of the funding will still be there. The AIDS Minority Initiative funding was zeroed out as completely. I mean, again, you know, I would say that the president's budget is very clear on where the targets are. It's on prevention work. It's on Black and Brown communities that disproportionately have been affected by a host of diseases, and it's at sort of whittling away at programs that have been hugely successful under, and I want to stress, under both Republican and Democratic administrations.
It would be helpful, and I don't know if working with Dr. Galley, if we could get some sort of like list of what having to do with HIV/AIDS has been eliminated.
Oh, we can give. We have that.
Okay, so
we
the
have
board has
all
an
of.
understanding because we're talking about prevention, but there are other areas.
Oh no, there are a lot of areas.
I know, but I think it's important to note that we are providing care.
Yeah.
Because that is covered under Medi-Cal, correct?
Yes. So I mean, folks have some services are covered under their insurance,
Yeah.
and that could be under the Medi-Cal program or under private insurance. Ryan White has a whole host of services that either are not covered or are insufficiently covered. And it's a whole suite of services, including support around housing, dental care. So, but we have all of that information for all of the proposed cuts that we have seen in the budget, and we can send that analysis to your office.
Yeah, that would be really helpful. I just like to see it holistically.
Yeah, where all the threats are.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ferrer. Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ferrer, and thank you to the authors of this motion, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath. I just wanted to add my voice to say I completely support this motion, and I think we are beginning to see the intentional withholding of funds from this federal administration that will really hurt our most vulnerable communities by taking away health resources from them. And here in Los Angeles County, we've worked so hard to improve the outcomes, particularly among Black and Latino men, transgender individuals, and unhoused residents, groups that remain disproportionately impacted by HIV. And in this case, people with HIV and AIDS are in danger of not being able to participate in and access these vital HIV programs. And I mean, I know we're going to keep saying it loud, but to pull resources away from this population is wrong and it's dangerous. And I know that we are committed to investing in the infrastructure and community partnerships that have brought HIV cases down. And we really want to prevent that clock from turning back on decades of progress. So I hope that our colleagues up in Sacramento and the governor will see this letter from our board, this 5-signature letter from our board, and make the right decision to sustain these vital preventative programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we have a consistent member of the public who calls in and accuses me of playing the race card when I acknowledge disproportionality in the county. I think to truly play the race card from a position of power is what this current federal administration is doing when you are willfully cutting programs that impact the Black and brown community. That's what I call playing the race card. And in this specific example, to no fault of the county, the rug has been pulled out from under us, and a community of service providers who have stepped up to the plate, who do the on-the-ground frontline prevention work around HIV/AIDS every day. Had the opportunity to convene, I think it was about a month ago in May, a listening session with frontline providers who serve these vulnerable communities in the 2nd District to hear firsthand what this cut would mean in terms of the elimination of prevention work. Yes, health plans and everything step up to the plate, Medi-Cal, to provide care after the fact, but our goal in a public health context is to prevent the spread of the disease in the first place. And so this is a great solution since, you know, we broke, the state's broke, to be able to look at a funding source where it makes perfect sense to direct those dollars to meet this current gap created by the race-baiting federal administration, to close the gap, to continue to try to provide funding, at least in the meantime, until perhaps our members of Congress can convince the administration otherwise that this truly is a public health issue that needs to be dealt with in a public health way. So I'll be supporting the 5-signature letter, glad that there is a pot of money, Supervisor, that can be directed easily. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Executive Officer, would you please call the members of the public that wish to speak on this item?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Eduardo Banuelos, Francisco Portillo, Katia Nelson, Rachel Zaldivar. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you'd like to address item 11, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Brenda Villanueva, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Villanueva. My pronouns are she, hers, and I am a policy advocate at the Los Angeles LGBT Center and a member of the End the Epidemics Coalition. First of all, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and the Commission on HIV for actively working towards solutions that we can continue to maintain and provide prevention programs within the county and progress in our fight against HIV and STDs here in Los Angeles. The absence of prevention infrastructure could lead to an estimated 9,000 new HIV infections for the next 5 years in Los Angeles County alone. It's imperative that funding continues for these programs that serve those impacted by HIV and STDs disproportionately so that we can combat the rising cases. We remain committed to collaborating with the county to maintain existing infrastructure and protect our communities. We support using the AIDS Drug Assistance Program rebate fund to sustain county HIV programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Diego Rodriguez, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello again, Diego Rodriguez, CEO of Alma. Also calling to strongly support item 11. I want to thank Supervisors Solis and Horvath for this motion, for this timely letter. This funding is essential to sustaining vital county HIV prevention programs. It's widely known that ADAP-funded services are not only cost-effective, but paramount to reducing HIV incidence and health disparities. Such support is critical to ensuring that community-based organizations can continue contributing these cost-effective, life-saving services that are at risk due to the potential federal funding cuts. I respectfully request the board's support for this crucial public health initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Barbara Capos, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, Barbara Capos, Executive Director of the East Los Angeles Women's Center. I would like to support item number 11, and I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horfett for their motion and request the board for their support in this critical motion. I support the 5-signature letter to the governor and the state legislature to incorporate funding from the California AIDS Drug Assistance Program rebate fund in the state's budget to sustain vital county HIV prevention programs. The East Los Angeles Women's Center and other community organizations are facing drastic cuts to our HIV programs, in many cases ending all prevention services. The East Los Angeles Women's Center has provided prevention services and services to women impacted by trauma and living with HIV for over 25 years. These funds provide life-saving HIV prevention programs and direct services that are at risk of being eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Welcome.
Good morning. Eduardo
Let's turn
Bañuelos.
on your
Go
microphone.
ahead.
I'm sorry.
Just lift it up so we can hear you. Yeah.
Good morning, Eduardo Bañuelos with the Las Memorias. I'm here in support for item number 11, which is cutting funding for HIV. The cutting funding for HIV is really dangerous to our community due to the fact that it puts our most vulnerable populations at risk. And when we talk about HIV, HIV is still very stigmatized subject to touch on. So a lot of our folks that come in to get tested are scared to test because due to stigma on testing positive, and also a lot of folks are scared to seek care due to the fact that they still think it's a death sentence. So that's why organizations like us come in and help individuals continue to seek care and to be able to find results for HIV. And it's important for us to continue doing this work and get support for funding because we want to keep our people alive and keep these numbers down and help prevent the HIV virus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Francisco Portillo, and I'm with Wesley Health Centers. I would like to speak in support of item number 11. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath for their motion to send a 5-signature letter to the governor and the state legislature to incorporate funding from the California AIDS Drug Assistance Program rebate fund in the state budget to sustain vital county HIV prevention programs. These funds present a critical opportunity for the state to support community-based organizations that provide cost and life-saving HIV prevention programs and services that are at risk of being eliminated by the federal government. I request the board to support this important motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Katya Nelson with APLA Health and the End the Epidemics Coalition. Thank you so much for taking action on this critical issue. As you know, this is a crisis. We're already seeing impacts. We did an informal survey for the governor last week, and we've seen about at least 100 folks who've already been laid off because of this, and at least another 100 at risk, and that's only from 17 of the 39 organizations who had a contract who responded to us, not to mention the impacts on all the folks who were actually seeking these services. So again, this is critical, and I want to flag that this would actually only be a year of funding, depending on how things go at the end of September, beginning of October, and what we see with our federal government and whether they will in fact continue to fund prevention. We could be in the same spot next year, and so I think we want to continue urging the governor to make sure that we're sustaining this system with state funding moving forward if we don't get federal funding. The ADAP rebate fund historically has about $1 billion in it. The governor's borrowed about $900 million of it to go to backfill general
Thank you.
funds.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Richard Zaldivar. I'm the Executive Director of the Las Memorias. In the spirit of pride and the spirit of looking to the future of our young LGBTQ, I'm here to support item number 11. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Horvath and all of you for your support on this motion. You know, these funds will save lives. 2 weeks before we ended our funding, we identified 7 positives out of 1 office. We built, thanks to your support, an AIDS monument with names on that monument. We don't want names, additional names being put on there because we were not there and we had our doors closed. This is not the end. If we get the money from the state, it's not the end. It's only the beginning. So in the spirit of familia, that we work as a community-based organizations with our county leaders, we need to continue.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Richard. And I want to thank Las Memorias, because if it wasn't for your advocacy, I know we wouldn't have been able to put the motion together in the way we did. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Talma Garcia. I'm from the East Los Angeles Women's Center. I'm here to support item 11. I want to thank Hilda Solis' office, Supervisor Hilda Solis' office, I'm sorry, and Hobart for supporting this motion and the 5 signature letter for the governor. I'm sorry, I'm so nervous. To assist to AIDS Drug Assistance Program Rebate Fund in the state budget to sustain viral county HIV prevention programs. These funds represent critical opportunity for the state to support community-based organizations like the East LA Women's Center, who have worked for many years doing prevention, not only to support women, cisgender women, but all community in the East LA area. To provide life-saving HIV prevention programs.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Hola, buen rostro. I'm with the East Los Angeles Women's Center. I want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis, and I support item 11. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the time for public comment on this item.
Thank you. This item is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Horvath. To approve the item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Thank you. On item 11, Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here. Executive Officer, please announce the next item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are now moving to items 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, and 31. These items will be taken up together.
Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I held all 9 of these items together because they have something in common. They are all sole source contracts. And I kind of remember Supervisor Holly J. Mitchell, when you held, there was one meeting where you held all the settlements that we were paying out in one board meeting. And it wasn't that we were going to vote against them. It was just your attempt to say, just so everybody knows, this is what we're doing today. And this is why this matters. And I kind of felt the same way about this. And you know, as supervisors, we're responsible for so many things, but one of the ones is approving contracts. It may not be as exciting as some of the things we do, but it's extremely important to keep the county running. And every week we approve many contracts, and many weeks we approve them based on a sole source basis, which means we did not have a competitive solicitation for those services. And I know I've raised concerns previously about sole source contracts, and my colleagues, I think all of us have over the years. There was a massive audit done a few years ago. I think that was also maybe your motion as it related, I think it was over the USC contract for social services. And we had a massive audit by Covington. And of all the things they were looking at in the county where we could do better, where they saw red flags, one of the concerns was sole source contracts. And I'm supportive of what our departments intend to do today with these contracts. I got the justification mainly from DCFS on why they had to do that. I get that. And there are many instances where sometimes the sole source is needed. And I'll admit that in my district, when Los Padrinos was reopened, we had a matter of weeks to get things done. We sort of gave ISD this authority to get as many contracts as they needed quickly because we had very little time to open it. This is a facility that had been closed since 2019. We were never going to reopen it until we did. So sole source contracts were utilized to expedite the timing, get workers in there around the clock to make sure it could open. But it seems to me that our sole source contracts sometimes can be used as a matter of convenience or sometimes due to poor time management and planning. And I want to make sure that we continue to look at, and I want our CEO to continue to help our departments, use this option when it's absolutely needed. The public trust us until they don't, and it seems like we're always trying to repair public trust with their government on various issues and matters. And they want to make sure that we're not just picking our favorite vendors or awarding contracts to the same people year after year. And this is really not about DCFS, although the majority of these are from that department. So I'm not having department heads come here and answer why. Again, I got a justification for all of them, and a lot of them like we have to do it today or they'll run out. But I think the Covington report, presented to us, and they observed a trend of incumbency bias. So it's sort of like you're already doing it with them. We like how they're doing it. It seems complicated to start over. I was looking at one of them. The first item, 21, is a sole source contract with UCLA for MSW internship program. And it's been in place since 2014. And the department even said, gosh, to start over, that would take, a lot of time. We'd have to put a new infrastructure in if we went with another university, for instance. And sometimes I think going out for bid again, maybe we have the right person now, right? Maybe they're the best one, but I think it helps the public. And it helps us to know that, look, we did go search far and wide, and frankly, we already had the best one, but we figured that out through the RFP process. So, Fisha, I was just going to ask you, one of the recommendations from that audit was that we conduct an analysis around this incumbency bias to see if there's anything we can do to address that issue, and wondered if we've started that analysis yet. It's probably ongoing.
That is correct, Supervisor. That work has already begun. ISD is taking the lead. The analysis is ongoing. One of the things that I think you already pointed out, I think 4 of the 9 board letters requesting sole source basically said we need more time. And so one of the questions on the table is, how can we streamline our very manual processes so that the departments aren't running up against, the time clock in order, because we need to continue to services while we're soliciting. Even before the Covington report, ISD, along with CIO and Auditor Controller, embarked upon a new system called the e-procurement system, which is underway. Essentially, what the e-procurement system will do is digitize and automate part of the process, so that speaks to the efficiency piece. But the other thing that it will do is it will actually give your board and all of the departments a county-wide view of what we're contracting, how much the dollars are, when contracts are coming up for expiration, and then you can more easily identify what the trends are. And the reason why I say that's really important is we have that information now, but it's at the departmental level. What we don't have is a countywide view.
Right, where you could have more oversight as our CEO. Yeah, it's kind of like a digital, remember tickler files where you got noticed on a date that something in the future was going to happen and you needed to pay attention to it now.
Yes.
And I think that's it, because it's very frustrating to come up against a time restraint. Like, we got to do it today, otherwise the services are going to lapse. And then we get kind of into a cycle with just extending the same contract. This UCLA one they even knew that RFP would take 18 to 24 months. Including time for a protest. Well, you sort of have to build that in, and we should be notified, or the department should be notified, and you should be notified as our CEO that this is happening, and maybe it's an opportunity. Do we know, do you have offhand know how many sole source contracts the county is currently engaged in?
So we do have that information. We pulled that from ISD yesterday. So we have a total of 55 contracts where the original contract was let by way of sole source. We have another 206 contracts where the contract was amended to extend the sole source.
Right, which makes it sole source.
Yeah.
If
So
it's amended to extend, it becomes a sole source.
Rather than doing a solicitation. That's a total of 261 contracts. And just to give the board some perspective, our contracting is about $8 billion. That amount for those 261 contracts represent about $530 million, probably a little bit under 7% of the total contracting. So we know that there's always room to improve and to do better. And the hope is you mentioned the tickler system. The hope
Some of these
is
people are
that
too young to remember tickle files.
that it's digitized and you're able to see a global view, and you can identify trends for particular types of contracts in particular types of departments. So what is, I think, going to be most helpful in terms of monitoring is being able to see the enterprise level and being able to identify trends.
Thank you. And I know I campaigned on it. It seems like a long time ago now, over 8 years ago when I ran for this office. And I think I've heard some of my colleagues talk about opening up the county to more opportunities for small businesses, for minority women-owned businesses. I mean, we are always trying to, and I think the only way, and maybe, again, we do that, and I realize this is a small percentage, but I just think there's always more opportunities to open it up. Particularly, I understand the sole source, like this is the only widget in the world that could possibly be used for this particular thing. But a lot of them, it just seems like it's been more a convenience thing. And I think it would be good for us to be a little more transparent on that. My final question to you is, what do you think you, as our CEO, could do to see fewer sole source contracts come to us in the future?
So I think sole source, as you mentioned, some of the sole source contracts are a part of process. And so we have to clean up the process. The technology in and of itself won't fix that. It'll let us, it'll identify canaries in the cave, places where we should look. And so we have worked, there's been a number of work groups in the county over the years, focused on streamlining the contracting process. And I think what has proven difficult to do is to figure out which part of the process would you like to condense? Is it the notice? How long do we have the solicitation out there? Is it 3 months? Is it 4 months? And we've had instances where we have chosen the efficiency route, and then maybe people were not happy that we sufficiently broadcast the opportunity. So then we revert back to the prior rule. But at the end of the day, I think the answer to your question is we need to focus on process. I think the data will help us identify where to look instead of going department by department. And then we have to be willing to relax, some of the rules and stand by them. If someone, cries foul, like we have a solicitation open for 3 months and maybe it should have been open for 6 months. Well, if we do that, then we're defeating the very purpose, the streamlining goal that we aspire to. So I think it's also finding the right balance.
Right, and I know, and we all sit on a lot of different boards, and I think we've seen this in probably a lot of the agencies that we oversee. But I'm always suspicious when I hear, well, we put it out and we only got one response or nobody responded. And then you kind of like, well, let's kind of relook because you get back what you asked for. And maybe we need to relook at sometimes how we're soliciting interest because these are all pretty lucrative contracts and I would think they would generate interest. So I'm always a little suspicious when I hear no one responded except for one firm. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. I agree with the strategy. I think it's helpful when we see it all and kind of in one pace. So I appreciate you bringing it forward today. I wanted to clarify I was not the author of that motion. As you referenced, I did author an amendment to expand the motion because the original motion was really looking at contracts in the 2nd District kind of narrowly. And I did ask that we look at all the contracts across the county because I thought that if there was a process that compromised perhaps the integrity in one area.
I knew you had something to do with it.
Yes, I did. Thank you for remembering. Appreciate that we are continuing to look at the report that was a result of the audit to improve our processes across the board. And as you suggested, I too have worked really hard, as many of you have, to really make sure that that the sole source contract process doesn't continue to leave out so many entities across the county that may lead to a more equitable approach in contracting. Sometimes when you've got the very large who are solely involved in that business, they tend to be some of the larger organizations, and it just kind of naturally prevents other smaller entities from kind of penetrating into that area. And so I want to encourage the county to really continue to move towards an approach where these large contracts can be unbundled as a process, as you said, Madam CEO, to make sure that community-based organizations with strong records that have historically been excluded can have access to the contracting process within the county, and certainly really create an opportunity for the sole source contracts to be more equitable and more diverse in terms of their composition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor, if I could just point out to your board has established a policy for local small business organizations, and I believe that the goal is, I can't remember exactly what it is, it might be 25%. And DCBA together with ISD is spearheading that effort, and I believe that we have reached that goal. And I want to make sure that we're not conflating two issues. Some of these contracts are fairly large, and a local community-based organization on the smaller end would not be able to, they would not be viable candidates to compete for this work, but the board has identified a separate path for them to also participate in contracting opportunities, which is our local small business contracting path.
I get that distinction, and my comment about unbundling, I think goes to some of the examples here that we've got before us of large sole source contracts that if they were unbundled, some of those other entities perhaps could qualify as well. But I understand the distinction you made, absolutely.
DCFS had, I don't know if they still have it, but they used to have a practice where they would contract with the lead agency for each spa for a particular service, and then they would require in the solicitation that 30% of the contract be subcontracted to smaller agencies.
That's my point about the
So that might be the approach.
Yep.
But sometimes you can't get big until you start small.
And one of the things
sometimes you can't grow as a small business until you get.
Yeah. And Fizia, I just want to point out that there have been instances, because I heard Supervisor Hahn say that part of the reason why some sole source contracts are done is because no one else can do it. And I would just remind everybody that there was a time when specifications for certain services were written in a way that only one vendor qualified. And so I would say that we need to look very carefully when they say that that's the only firm that can do it, or that's the only entity, or that's the only, in this case, it was a swimming pool pump that is eligible to be used by the county. So, I mean, it happens.
Yeah, and as indicated earlier, once our e-procurement system is launched, we will be able to have data where we won't have to look at this on a case-by-case basis, but we will be able to look countywide, and we could call that out as a specific category, which are the sole sources, where the justification is that only this company can do it, and we can delve down further into that, into that request.
Yep. All right, with that, seeing no other people wishing to speak, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public.
Will the following individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Claudia Jerez. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you'd like to address items 21 through 26, 28, 29, and 31, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Well, what a surprise. I appreciate this. You know, I was always upset that the Covington-Berlin report has not been properly shared, but we know that sole source contracting is problematic. And one very good point is that these departments, thank you for bringing up the tickler file, Supervisor. That's what you need. You love spreadsheets. Make a spreadsheet, and when it's 16 months ahead, get it going. You can't wait until the evening before because you look like a corrupt idiot. You need to do it with diligence. Everybody is a professional, and being well compensated, we can organize ourselves for these things. The other thing is job order contracts. They bulk up and are bundled, but honestly, Supervisor Mitchell's right. That could go to demo, other kinds of license, so could go to small companies, but the threshold to enter into the process is onerous and nasty. That's why, sadly, old Antonovich and even Catherine Barger still tries to, process has to be smooth and accommodating. It doesn't have
Thank
to be
you.
so
Next speaker,
skewed
please.
one way or the other.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Claudia?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Claudia Jerez. I'm a DPS's former employee for 10 years, and I'm a Downtown Women's Center employee. Now, former employee. Now, I want to, because I am a case manager with Downtown Women's Center, this is a topic that interests me a lot, and I know that on the queue over there on the kiosk, I did write that I would like more like an explanation of what this training and staff development is about, because I can speak to it, because I am a case manager and I do understand the need for training and staff development. And I completely understand that is something very, very crucial for all of you in the board. And I think it's also very crucial. I also believe, I know that I wrote a post on it because I want a little bit more explanation. And then once, I understand it, then I can talk more about it. But thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes the time for public comment on these items.
Executive Officer, will you please read what we will be voting on?
Madam Chair and members of the board, we are going to take one vote on these items that were taken up together. Items 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, and 31 are before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
And those were brought forward, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Horvath, just for the record.
Yes. And next, we are now on item A7, discussion and consideration of necessary actions on issues or action taken by the federal government relating to immigration policies, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item.
Supervisor Hahn?
Solis?
It says here Hahn, but okay, Supervisor Solis?
No, it's my.
I know, I just go with what the executive officer tells me.
It's all right.
Yeah. Supervisor
He's my
Solis.
co-author. Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for co-authoring this motion with me. Members, in the last few days, we have been incredibly challenged, and especially our immigrant communities. On Friday, 45 individuals were detained in multiple immigration enforcement operations that took place in Westlake, Cypress Park, downtown LA, and the Fashion District. The majority of those that day took place in my district, the 1st District. SEIU USWW President David Huerta was also taken into custody that day. On Saturday, protesters faced ICE. On Saturday, protesters faced ICE at Home Depot in the city of Paramount in the 4th District. And that afternoon or weekend, we saw many protests. Federal officials continue to carry out, as we know, raids at various Home Depot locations in Whittier, Huntington Park, and I know just yesterday there were also sightings in the unincorporated area of the 1st District in Bassett and La Puente. Despite opposition from local officials, including our Governor, Gavin Newsom, and Mayor Karen Bass, President Trump mobilized 2,000 National Guard members for 60 days to deter protesters. And now we just learned 700 active duty Marines have also been sent by the president. The governor received, as we have heard, no official notice of Trump's plan to federalize the National Guard, violating the federal law. Prior to the National Guard being called, the protests were mostly calm. The unrest in the region at the time did not meet the requirements of the federal statute that there be an invasion, a rebellion, or danger of a rebellion. This unprecedented action resulted in escalated confrontations between protesters and law enforcement, putting, as you know, many lives at risk. And on Saturday, there were 200 plus protesters pre-National Guard employment. And then, when we heard the National Guard was coming, on Sunday, the protesters grew to 3,000. Their presence is inviting and incentivizing demonstrations, in my opinion. The National Guard's authority in Los Angeles is ill-defined and causing confusion across the local law enforcement agencies that have sworn to protect the region. In fact, local and state have had to intervene to maintain public safety. The National Guard is currently standing sentry outside of the federal building right here in town with local and state law enforcement doing most of the work. For all these reasons, the state of California and Governor Gavin Newsom filed a lawsuit on Monday night seeking to overturn the president's order. The county should expect that these enforcement operations will continue, I believe, harming our economy and tearing at the cultural fabric that makes Los Angeles County strong. Los Angeles County has always stood by immigrant communities, creating programs managed by our Office of Immigrant Affairs, known as OIA, that support all who call Los Angeles home. Because we know that when immigrants thrive, the regions prosper as well. And it's imperative that Los Angeles County take swift action to stand with our immigrant residents during this very difficult time. Therefore, colleagues, I held A7, which allows consideration of necessary actions on issues relating to immigration policies. And I ask that we move that the board suspend the application of Section 22.1 of the Rules of the Board for the limited purpose of considering this motion today. And I also move that the Board of Supervisors direct the Los Angeles County Office of Immigrant Affairs in the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs to do the following. Within 15 days, in coordination with stakeholders impacted by immigration enforcement actions, identify whether gaps exist in the rapid response network and make recommendations to fill those gaps. In coordination with county departments, to also develop a plan to quickly activate support for those impacted by immigration enforcement actions, and to work with the Department of Mental Health, Department of Public Social Services, the Department of Economic Opportunity, the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, and other county departments to connect recently impacted community members with necessary county resources, including but not limited to mental health, workforce development, and public benefits. To also develop a list of resources for impacted community members and make these available online and printed at county public facilities in multiple languages, and explore opportunities to deliver information about available resources via text message to immigrants and stakeholders. identify county properties with public access, and work with County Council on recommendations to prevent commandeering their use by federal entities, engage primarily in immigration enforcement in compliance with federal and state laws and the county's sensitive locations policy, and authorize County Council to join in or file an amicus in support of the state of California's case titled Governor Gavin Newsom versus President Donald J. Trump, etc., AL, or related action, and report back to the board on directives 1 and 7. Colleagues, we know that immigrants are the backbone of this Los Angeles County, providing very essential services on a daily basis that make our economy thrive. Even in light of the raids and what you see during the day and the evening, people still go to work. Children are still expected to go to school. We're supposed to have order in our county, and people look to us as their safety net and as their leaders. It's in moments like this that really define who LA County leaders are, where we show who we are and what we stand for, and staying true to the values that strengthen our community. So members, I respectfully ask for your aye vote on this matter. Thank you.
Now Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing this motion forward. Boy, what a weekend it has been. It's been absolutely terrifying, horrifying, exhausting, frustrating, and is causing so much frustration, anger, anxiety, confusion among the residents of Los Angeles County. These ICE raids have been happening in Paramount, which is where I was on Saturday to be with my council members from that city. One of the council members, Brenda Olmos, was shot with a rubber bullet in her leg and had tear gas thrown at her eyes. Our assembly member, Jose Salache, who was standing in the Home Depot parking lot, also had tear gas thrown at him as well. And I was at the command center with our LA County sheriffs, with our LA County fire. And, that one started off with the federal immigration agents sort of, I would describe it as flexing their muscles. They have an office building in Paramount across the street from the Home Depot. And they clearly had armored vehicles. They were armed, camouflage, and they stood out in front of their office across from Home Depot with no communication with the city, the mayor, the council, with our office, as far as I know, with our county sheriff's department. So they projected this very strong man, looked like they were about to do a raid, which is why the community started gathering, right? The community was protesting those perceived actions. It's one thing, I think, for this federal government who led us to believe, by the way, that the first order of business was going to be to go after violent criminals. And we know, because we've been told by our own county sheriff, that if in fact there's a federal warrant that is presented to us and we have someone in custody in one of our jails who is a violent criminal, we will cooperate and turn them over. But to pivot from that to running through Home Depot parking lots with guns drawn, chasing, people who, by the way, are just there to earn a living, provide for their families, or go to workplaces. They're detaining people who are outside Whittier Courthouse. They've detained people who are at their immigration hearings, which is something we tell people to do legally. So this huge overreach on these raids is the first troubling incident to happen. But then to call in the National Guards, our own California National Guards, who I'm sure Supervisor Barger and Supervisor Horvath saw them and welcomed them in the fire, in the aftermath of the fire. They were welcomed, they were embraced by the community, And now to have them, I'm really, to be honest with you, don't know what they're here for. I don't know what their rules of engagement are. I don't really know what they have been asked to do. And now to hear that we're going to have Marines deployed to Los Angeles, I feel like we've been invaded by our own government in Los Angeles. You know, we are very proud of our Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. LAPD certainly has enough officers to get this under control. And we have 88 cities in the county, many of whom have their own police departments. If we needed mutual aid, if our sheriff's department needed mutual aid on crowd control, we've got it right here. So the governor never asked for this. Mayor Bass never asked for this. Our sheriff's department never asked for this. So it just feels like we're the epicenter. Los Angeles County is the center of these targeted raids. And targeting hardworking people is unacceptable. And again, just causing so much fear and anxiety with people. It's very distressing. Sheriff Luna had mentioned that he thinks National Guard will be here for a while. The ICE raids will continue. And it's it's an orchestrated attempt, I think, to rile people up. And again, our people in this, I totally understand people's frustration wanting to protest, these indiscriminate raids on hardworking people in LA County. We do, and I know I've heard you, Supervisor Solis, I've heard everybody call for peaceful protests. We all know that nonviolent protests are the best way to change action, to send a message. You and I served with John Lewis in Congress, who was the ultimate nonviolent protester up until practically the day he died. So we know the lessons of nonviolent protesting from Gandhi and Martin Luther King and John Lewis are really the way to go. But we do know that sometimes they get out of hand, the protester. We don't in any way condone violence. But again, these protests have been instigated by and provoked by the ICE agents. So thank you. We need all of our departments to work on communicating with our very scared communities and let them know we're here to embrace them and help them. And I like the fact that in this motion, we're going to join Governor Newsom's lawsuit challenging Trump's federalization of our own California National Guard without our state's consent. So this is an unprecedented weekend for me. I've lived through a lot in my life. I've never seen this and feel very sad, very distressed about what's happening. In any way, we can call on former Congresswoman Kristi Noem, who's now the Secretary of Homeland Security, who I also serve with, to show some compassion and humanity in carrying out their agenda. Under President Biden, he, I think, deported about 1 million people in his term. Never did we see this kind of chaos and disruption in those deportations. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I want to join my colleagues in expressing my anger and my horror at the racist and cruel escalation by the federal administration over the past weekend and what is undoubtedly continuing this week. The fear has rippled across every corner of this county. Del Air, Florence Firestone, Carson, Lenox, Koreatown, Inglewood, Exposition Park, where 7 residents were taken into custody by ICE. Every corner of this county, and those are just a few of the communities that I'm aware of in the 2nd District. And I am clear that in our outrage, we will continue to be clear-eyed about what levers we at the county, what we have and what we don't have power over. And we know that our North Star as the county is to provide critical services to our residents. Everyday people living their busy lives don't always understand the nuance of the different levels of government. So this manufactured crisis only undermines the work that we're trying to do every day to save lives, strengthen communities, and ensure actual, authentic public safety. Again, I'm proud to represent a district with so many diverse immigrant communities from Koreatown to Little Ethiopia, representing more than a quarter of the undocumented residents in the county. And so while we continue to do everything we can to protect our communities, I also stand with and support our residents peacefully exercising their constitutionally protected right to demonstrate, their right to free speech, and their right to assemble, particularly to express their fear and anger and their sense of being attacked by their very own federal government. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, and thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for bringing the motion forward to uplift the continued work that the county must do to ensure that our vital services reach those who need them now more than ever. Just in terms of process with regard to Directive 7, I hope that we can have perhaps a fuller conversation in closed session, just because it deals with litigation, and I think that's typically how we approach it, particularly because we have such an aggressive, relentless adversary. I don't want to compromise our litigation strategy. You know, again, it can be discussed in closed session. We can report out in the full board if there's a report out, but I don't want to compromise our litigation strategy in any way, because
And I know
our success is very important.
Yeah, Sheriff Luna has asked to brief us in closed session, so.
Great.
But Madam Chair, on this item, because yesterday we had a meeting with him and we met with the governor, and I know Supervisor Hahn and I were there, and we mentioned that we were very much in support of helping him out and joining as an amicus. So
I don't think that's what Supervisor Mitchell.
That's not my point. I'm
okay,
just
you're just
asking,
saying,
we don't
okay.
know.
Discuss it.
That's
So,
2 out of
okay,
5.
We don't discuss that.
Okay, but that,
That's all.
okay.
Yeah.
But that's separate, I think, from this item, I believe, so.
No, it's Directive 7.
Directive 7 talks about the litigation. I'm just asking that we don't.
I don't
Right,
have a problem either way, but I'm just telling you that Sheriff Luna has requested to brief us in closed session.
Right.
I just want to make sure
Yeah,
that our
yeah. I want to,
strategy is as strong as possible, and I don't want it compromised by us discussing it publicly. That's all. It was just process. But I support.
Yeah.
Okay, good, then we can.
Supervisor
vote on it.
Horvath? So, excuse me, 1 second, though, just for clarification, then you still want to discuss it in closed session?
But we can vote on it.
Right, is that, okay.
We can vote on it, and then go out, and then go
Supervisor
into closed
Horvath?
session after we vote, okay.
Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you very much. I want to thank Supervisors Solis and Hahn, not only for this motion, but especially Supervisor Solis for your leadership, your advocacy, and lifelong support of our immigrant community. Since you are the daughter of immigrants and you proudly tell your story, I thank you for your leadership, and I know how closely this hits home for you. I, along with the rest of the nation and clearly my colleagues, have watched in disbelief and horror as this president has chosen to not only attack and terrorize our most vulnerable neighbors, but also use the military against its own citizenry. We know in Los Angeles County that the sheriff is our lead in coordinating mutual aid requests. We also know that in public safety, chain of command is paramount. The National Guard, we also learned earlier this year, has no authority to enforce. And so without our local law enforcement, they actually can't do much to address what this federal government is saying they are deploying them to do. So in fact, it is our local law enforcement officials who have to respond, and escalating this situation makes, especially when that directive is out of order, makes their job increasingly challenging at a time where it is already difficult. Several academics and foreign affairs experts agree that the U.S. is undergoing a democratic backsliding and slowly taking on aspects of an authoritarian state. A number of Western European countries and Canada, our allies, have issued travel warnings about coming to the United States, which is profoundly embarrassing for this to be our reality. I too have experienced the impact of this fear on the ground in my district, from Pacoima to West LA, from Agoura Hills to Venice and Hollywood just this weekend. And we know that the fear continues. And unfortunately, that is the point from this administration. But here in Los Angeles, we are focused on how we care for one another. We will continue to organize for what is right. We will continue to peacefully dissent when power is abused and hold accountable those who use righteous dissent as cover for criminal activity. Even in speaking with both our sheriff and district attorney, it's clear that there are better ways to keep our communities safe. I personally believe that starts with care, compassion, and protection of our most vulnerable. This board must continue to provide for the least among us. It is not only our civic duty, it is a moral calling. The times we are living in will test our resolve, but we must continue to stand for what is right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I might add, thank you so much, Supervisor Horvath and Hahn and also Mitchell. Yesterday, I was at a press conference with the LA Unified School District and our superintendent and all of the board members. And at that time, the superintendent shared with us that even on the eve of graduation for elementary students, that ICE agents were already seen coming around some of the school sites, and parents were calling, children were fearful of even showing up to school to their graduation because they may be picked up. And there was viewings or sightings of ICE lingering around schools. And they have decided that they are going to stand up and put their best foot forward and also protect students in a safety zone place on campus. So I think other agencies just as large or some semi-large like us are also taking that proactive stance to protect families and children. And today, Tuesday, I think is the last day of high school or secondary education at LA Unified. And there are many children that are not going to attend, but they're going to be showing, telecasting their graduation because parents are afraid to show up. Remember those days? We did that during COVID. This is not COVID. This is a man-made catastrophe that's happening, and it's fearful. And Madam Chair, I would just say that what we're trying to do here is defend the rights of the innocent and those that haven't committed criminal actions, but are being somehow scapegoated in this activity. Thank you.
Executive Officer, please call members of the public that wish to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Claudia Jerez, Elaine Rodriguez, Francisco Moreno, Francisco Portillo, Gabriela Eddy, Guimar Perdomo, Hector Plasencia, Rosa Soto, Thelma Garcia, and Yesenia Cox. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item A7, if you haven't not already done so, please press 1 now and then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Daria Tchaikovsky, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning. My name's Daria Tchaikovsky, and I'm president of the Ukrainian Arts Center, and I'm calling in support of the item A7. Thank you to the Supervisor Solis for introducing this important motion. Our immigrant families need support at this time, and this motion offers them critical resources to help them during this crisis. The county has always stood up for its immigrant communities, and I am glad the county is taking a stand in support of our neighbors. I urge the board to vote yes on item A7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Christine Salazar, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Christine Salazar. I'm the CDP Region 15 Director representing 4 Assembly Districts in LA County. I'm also a former school board member, a longtime community advocate, and the proud daughter of immigrants. I'm calling in strong support of item A7, and I want to thank Supervisor Solis for bringing this forward. These raids aren't just something that just happened over the weekend. They are ongoing, and now they're happening in the city of La Puente, Supervisor Solis's own hometown. Our families, neighbors, and students are living in fear. Parents are missing work. Children are skipping graduations. This isn't theoretical. It is happening right now and in our communities. This motion takes action where it's needed most, getting mental health resources, public benefits, and workforce support to those impacted, and pushing back on the dangerous federal overreach that brought the National Guard into our neighborhoods. The county must lead with urgency and heart. I strongly urge a yes vote on item A7. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Oscar Magana, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Oscar Magana, Senior Program Manager with Everyone On here in LA County, former mayor of the city of Maywood, and the proud son of immigrants. Supervisor Solis, we want to thank you, first of all, for introducing this important motion. The last few days have been intentional in creating fear among our immigrant communities. It's very apparent that they are not targeting criminals, that this is not intended to create a safer community. When I saw that in my community of Sela, camouflaged agents were going after brown people, I knew that this was a targeted attack to create fear in our communities. When you see that people are locked down in schools because ICE agents are outside of their campus, you know that this is intended to create fear in our communities. I'm also happy that this motion will support the state's lawsuit against the president and his unlawful actions.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I want to
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Anna Lee, your line is open. You may begin.
It was stated that the governor was not advised of federal interventions. Well, Board of Supervisors, welcome to community engagement. It is typical of local, city, county, state, and federal agencies to fail to reach out to communities. Many times a bulldozer showing up across the street, or if lucky, an invitation to the final meeting for approval for a project is provided. Don't dish it out if you can't take it. Community engagement. I hope you will remember this the next time you are going to be providing a service to a community that they have no idea is coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eliana Avara, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Eliana Barra. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for bringing this forward. I'm calling in support on item A7. These past few days have been difficult for immigrant communities. The recent sweeps have targeted hardworking people who are essential to our economy and our families. Many are now living in fear, afraid to go to work and come to school. The president's decision to federalize the National Guard without local consent has only made things worse. This motion provides vital support for immigrant families during this crisis, and I fully support the county's role in backing the state's lawsuit against these unlawful actions. The county has always stood with immigrant communities, and I urge the board to continue that legacy by voting yes on item A7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jared Moreno, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Jared. I'm calling in support of item A7. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this important motion and speaking at the union rally yesterday. I'm a SEIU member, a child of immigrants, and LA County residents. These ICE and DHI sweeps have targeted our hardworking residents, our families, our friends, our coworkers, and people who sustain our economy. I am disturbed by that the president escalation by federalizing the National Guard without consent of local leadership. While observing the peaceful protests, I've seen the National Guard fire pellets and tear gas on peaceful protesters. In one incident, I saw the National Guard target a person who was alone and distracted looking down at his phone before being fired on. He then had to run and hide as tear gas and shot at him and only him. Our immigrant families and LA County residents as a whole need your support at this time. We know that administration will continue to target our immigrant communities. I urge the board to vote yes on item A7. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Byron Jose, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. This is Byron Jose with the Trans Latina Coalition. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for supporting cities in your district. in standing against these rates. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for standing with all communities and connecting all of our struggles, and also always uplifting LA County sovereignty and our jurisdiction to always lead through a care-first lens. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for uplifting undocumented communities in your district and throughout the county and ensuring that there's process and strategic use of our litigation and counsel team. And thank you, Supervisor Solis, for co-authoring this motion and leading this work. We look forward to working with you as stakeholders to advance through this board, continue to make sure that there's a safety net, there's town hall, there's engagement with all constituents to ensure that we continue to build a care-first work and not developing mechanisms that the Trump administration can take over to advance this criminalizing machine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Daisy Chavez, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Daisy Chavez Mendez, and I'm calling in strong support of item A7. I work with the Loyola Immigrant Justice Clinic, where we provide free legal services to underserved immigrants in East LA, particularly those facing complex immigration or criminal issues. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for championing this critical motion. These past few days have been terrifying for our immigrant communities. The recent sweeps have targeted hardworking residents, people who fuel our economy, care for our families, and are vital to our neighborhoods. Many now live in fear, afraid to go to work, attend graduations, or even leave their homes, worried that they or their loved ones could be detained. It is especially troubling that this president has escalated this crisis by federalizing the National Guard without local consent, putting immigrant families directly in harm's way. Item A7 takes the right steps, offering urgent resources to our immigrant neighbors and backing the state's legal challenges against these unconstitutional actions. Los Angeles County has always stood with its immigrant communities, and now it's the time
Thank
to
you.
reaffirm
Next speaker,
that
please.
commitment.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Peter Brown, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello. My name is Peter Braun. I'm chair of the board of Cultiva LA, an LA County-based nonprofit organization creating gardens in LA in underserved neighborhoods, primarily immigrant neighborhoods. I am calling to support motion A7 and thank Supervisor Solis and her colleagues for their leadership. LA is an immigrant community. We support resources being directed for those impacted by this mass immigrant enforcement effort. LA was made for what it is, and people should not be in danger. We call upon efforts including mental health.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Healing and benefit.
Thank you.
Brenda Olivas, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Olivas, and I'm program manager from Spirit Family Services. We provide mental health services to all regardless of immigration status. I'm calling in support of item A7. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this important motion. These last few days have been really, really difficult to watch, and we are urging that you vote yes on item A7. Our immigrant families need your support at this time, and this motion offers them critical resources to help them during this crisis. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
My name is Elaine Rodriguez, and I am the director for LEAF. We work in economic development with a lot of small business owners across LA County. I'm also a proud immigrant, and this weekend has been insane, to say the least. All the things we're seeing on the streets are really horrific. They're scary, and it's really hard to just, come to terms with what's happening. I'm here to support A7 because I believe that not only do we need these resources to be, really assessed and see what else we can provide to our community, but I'm also here to, just tell you that this is going to have a long-lasting effect. So beyond this weekend, beyond this month, and even beyond this year, we're going to continue to see the ripple effects of these immigration sweeps. We know that this administration is going to continue to target us because we are the leaders in the country in terms of immigration rights. So I think we need to get ready, and I urge the board to really support this motion and join in. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you for coming down.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Yesenia Kush. On behalf of COFEM, the Council of Mexican Federations, and the Immigrants RLA Coalition, over the past days, we've seen federal government carry out aggressive immigration enforcement actions that not only instill fear, but violate basic rights. Community leaders, immigration attorneys, and even elected officials have been denied access to detain individuals. Families have been left out without answers. Due process is being ignored. This is unacceptable, and it's happening right here in our communities. This situation has only worsened with the President's decision to federalize the National Guard without the consent of local leaders. This is a dangerous escalation, and it makes clear that immigrant communities are being directly targeted. We need investments. We need long-term protections. That's why IRLA continues to advocate for priorities. We need a rental subsidy program that would help keep thousands of immigrants' families housed and the expansion of the guaranteed basic income. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Han for putting this motion forward. But Supervisors, we need your support.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Francisco Moreno, Executive Director at the Council of Mexican Federations, COFEM. I am here in strong support of item A7. I want to thank Supervisors Solis and Han for introducing this motion. The events of this past weekend have been devastating for our immigrant communities. These enforcement actions have targeted hardworking individuals, people who are the foundation of our local economy, who care for our families and who contribute every day to communities. Right now, many are living in fear. Some are afraid to go to work, to seek medical care, or even to attend their children's high school graduations, out of fear that their loved one could be swept by the immigrant enforcement. I am especially alarmed that the President has chosen to escalate this crisis by federalizing the National Guard without the consent of our local leaders. This sets a dangerous precedent and undermines the trust our communities place in local government. Finally, to assure that all the violence is not for our working immigrant communities, but for vandals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Gabriela Eddy, Strength-Based Community Change, SBCC Community Organizer in support of item A7. Thank you, Supervisors, for addressing this important motion. The past few days have been incredibly difficult for our communities. These raids have targeted innocent people, immigrants who play a big role in sustaining our economy. These traumatic events have disrupted lives and torn our communities apart. Our immigrant families need support at this moment. The intent of motion offers them critical resources to help them through these traumatic events. We know the administration will continue with this and target immigrants. The county has always stood up for these immigrant communities, and we are proud that the county is taking a stand in support of our communities. Yo soy inmigrante, so please vote for item A7. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Francisco Portillo with Wesley House Centers and a proud son of immigrants. What we've witnessed this weekend has been extraordinarily difficult for our immigrant community and LA County. Our immigrant residents are afraid to go to work. They're afraid to live their daily lives. And it's disappointing considering all the hard work that they do on a daily basis for Los Angeles and just for this nation in general. Our immigrant families need support at this time, and I am in support of A7. And this motion will further the support to support the state's lawsuit against this president's unlawful actions. We know this administration will continue to target our immigrant communities, and that is why it's imperative for the county to take this action. I urge this board to approve this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Talma Garcia. I work for the East Los Angeles Women's Center, but I'm also here representing my familia. I'm in support of item A7. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this important motion. The last few days have been incredibly difficult for all our immigrant communities. These sweeps have targeted hardworking residents, individuals, familias, amigos, our coworkers, our everyone that lives in this community have been impacted by what is happening. And yes, we're all afraid. Our family didn't want me to come here today because they were afraid. I know that this is being escalated by something that people don't don't understand our community can also have a voice by going out in the street. Our familias
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Hola, buenas tardes. Our name is Dr. Trinidad Plasencia. Our pronouns are they, them, we, us. We're the Executive Director of Plasencia Consulting and the Chair of the LA County LGBTQ Commission. Gracias to Supervisor Solis and Han for this motion that is immediate and timely. We have government officials in masked faces and unmasked cars kidnapping our family members. Due process is being ignored and we still can't find them. They are doing everyday things, going to school, going to the store, going to graduation. This motion offers a strategic regroup to provide a mindful direction for our immigrant families within LA County and support for the state's lawsuit against the president's unlawful actions. Our immigrant families are LA County, and we are fortunate to have experts at the county and community level to guide LA County. Personally, we are a transgender immigrant, and we ask that attention be given to this intersection of trans and queer immigrants. We feel the most supported within LGBTQ centers. We've
Thank you.
asked for your support. Gracias.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosa Soto, and I'm here in support of item A7. I'm a proud daughter of Mexican immigrants, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this important motion. The massive sweeps of this past week on our immigrant communities have targeted hardworking residents of our city, people that sustain our local economy and our families. Our immigrant residents are under attack. They're afraid to access basic needs such as food, health care, go to work, and attend public events out of fear of being detained by immigration enforcement. We're alarmed at the president's escalation of, and federalizing the National Guard and of bringing in the Marines without the consent of our local leadership. This is not a war zone. Our immigrant families need support at this time, and this motion offers the critical resources to help them during this crisis. I'm also glad that the motion supports the state's lawsuit against the president's unlawful actions and ask for your vote yes on A7. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning or afternoon now. My name is Gilmar Perdomo, speaking in support of item A7. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this very important item. As a child of immigrant parents and a proud Angelino, I want to make this very loud and clear. ICE is not welcome in Los Angeles. Our immigrant communities are living in fear of going to work and school. The trauma that follows from this is going to be unmatched. It already is. Item A7 will assist immigrant communities at a time when it is most needed, and it sends a strong message to the federal administration that we are strong because of our immigrant communities, not despite of them. I urge the board to vote yes on item A7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Claudia Jerez, DPS's former worker and Downtown Women's Center, former employee and connected to Downtown Women's Center as a volunteer. Now, I want to offer my support and assistance. I am working on a plan of action with Downtown Women's Center and have offered my support and assistance in this time of huge turmoil and in a lot of chaos. The huge overreach Ms. Han is talking about by the federal government, I believe you will address properly, and you have our support to provide you the support by maintaining services streamlined, because we are part of the labor force and the workforce. As a person of immigrant parents and myself a citizen, I think that is very crucial. The anxiety and anger and confusion this huge overreach has created for all of us that were sitting.
Thank you. We will now go to remote speakers. Moderator, can we have the next speaker, please?
Claudia Hippolito, your line is open. You may begin.
Claudia? We'll take the next speaker, please.
Your line is open.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi there. I want to thank you so much for calling in support Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath advocating for the AIDS drug assistance program. I'd like to speak in support of item number 11. I'm not sure if this is the right department that I'm speaking to.
No,
actually, this
we're
is
on, yeah, we're on item A7 right now, okay, regarding immigration, federal government, okay?
Yeah, I'm not sure why I was transferred here, but I will wait for item 11, please.
We did, okay,
You can come back during general public comment.
during general public comment, you can call back. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mary Ellen Cody, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Mary Ellen Cody. I'm the child of immigrants, and I'm calling in support of item A7. The sweeps in the last few days have targeted hardworking residents, individuals who play a vital role not only in sustaining our local economy, but also for caring for our families and communities. Our immigrant residents are afraid to go to work, and my peers are afraid to attend their own high school graduations out of fear that they or their family members will be impacted by immigration enforcement. I'm concerned and frankly horrified that the president escalated the situation by federalizing the National Guard without the consent of local leadership. As the daughter and granddaughter of veterans, I recognize that the militarized escalation against members of our own community goes against the very principles and values that my father and grandmother fought to defend. I'm glad this motion will support the state's lawsuit against the president's unlawful actions. I'd like to thank Supervisor Solis for introducing this important motion, and I urge the board to vote yes on item A7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shannon Camacho, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Camacho, and I'm with Inclusive Action for the City, and I'm calling in support of item A7. Inclusive Action is an economic justice nonprofit and CDFI that has been working directly with immigrant workers throughout the county, such as street vendors and open-air workers, for over 15 years. This is an incredibly violent and traumatizing time for our communities throughout LA. Our immigrant residents are justifiably afraid to go to work or even go outside. People are being arrested and detained and are blatantly held in ICE custody without any access to their due process rights or attorneys or even Congress members. The racist and xenophobic violence we're seeing from DHS is causing harm to every resident of LA County. We especially want to uplift the violence against street vendors, day laborers, car wash workers, and other outdoor workers that have had to endure violence at the hands of DHS. We ask that the county prioritize the deployment of immediate critical resources such as public benefits, mental health resources, and workforce development resources. It is more than obvious that our families need rapid support at this time, and this motion has the potential to offer them the critical resources that will help them survive. Thank you.
Akalina Soriano Verzova, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Aquilina Soriano Versosa, and I'm the Executive Director of the Filipino Workers Center and a co-chair of Immigrants RLA and a member of the LA Rapid Response Network. I agree that this is absolutely a man-made crisis that has been created by the federal government that is creating the public safety hazard for our communities. It is targeted at Black, Brown, and Asian communities. Our CBOs of the Rapid Response Network need resources. We're being stretched thin, and we need the support of the county. This A7, I'm in strong support, is so important for both supporting a rapid response, including language-appropriate services for Indigenous workers, immigrant workers, API communities, and others, to be able to access legal services and more support for legal services, and also for the families impacted. Many breadwinners have been taken from their families who are already living paycheck to
Thank you.
paycheck.
Next speaker, please.
And also, I'm happy to see that it supports the governor's lawsuit.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, supervisors, for bringing this.
Jason Boxer, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Boxer. I'm calling in support of item A7. I'm an employee at the Filipino Workers Center of Southern California. Wanted to thank Supervisor Solis for bringing this important motion. I have participated in Rapid Response Network activities as a volunteer, and I've personally witnessed federal immigration enforcement agents intimidating children and families at schools, taking fathers away from their crying children. I've been present at court hearings for detained and arrest folks and seen how it's utterly torn our communities apart. So I'm very appreciative of a motion like this. I'm especially encouraged that it would bring the county to support the state's lawsuit against the president's unlawful actions. The county has a really strong track record of standing up for immigrant communities, and we're really glad that you're taking this step to support our neighbors and people. So I urge you to vote yes on item A7. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madeline Blush, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Madeline Blush, and I'm with the Thai Community Development Center. I'm calling today to voice my strong support for item A7. I want to first thank Supervisor Solis for introducing this much-needed motion. Recent events have placed immense stress on our immigrant communities. Many immigrants now live in fear, avoiding work or even significant life events like graduations, worried that they or someone close to them may be targeted. This motion is a timely and necessary response, providing essential resources and support to immigrant families in crisis. I strongly urge the board to vote yes on item A7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Emma Hernandez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Emma Hernandez. I'm CEO of the Southeast Community Development Corporation, a nonprofit in Southeast Los Angeles where I was raised, and I'm also a proud daughter of Mexican immigrants. I'm calling in strong support of item A7. What's happening is horrific, though sadly predictable under this administration, and it's causing deep pain in our immigrant communities. Families who keep our economy and neighborhoods strong are now living in fear. These unlawful actions are disrupting daily life, making people afraid to shop for groceries, take their kids to summer programs, or even attend promotions and graduations. The president's move to federalize the National Guard without local consent is alarming and only adds to this fear. This motion provides urgently needed legal and community support. We fully support the county's effort to push back on these dangerous actions. Our families deserve to feel safe, and I urge the board to vote yes on item A7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jose Ruiz, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jose Miguel Ruiz. I'm the Executive Director for Cultiva LA and also the Commissioner for Commission for Children and Families. Just think about this, getting a call on Friday, 3 of our extended community cultivadores getting raided from the Ambiance clothing company and still not knowing where they're at. It's frustrating. It's very hard to be in the ground with the community, not knowing how to direct them or where to direct them because there is no due process, there is no protocol. So I do want to strongly support item A7 and letting you know that there's a lot of need out in the community. Folks are scared. I'm still having to respond to some of the schools from Gratz Elementary in the Westlake District of not knowing if their kids should go to graduation. Just think about that for a second when we vote on this item. Item A7, full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you, Supervisors, and thank you, Supervisor Solis in particular for A7. You know, you made this item a refuge for truth. But if we can get into some of the facts, because we need them. You know, the LA News was covering the mayhem and the flaming Waymos and everything, but who was taken, and were there charges, and were the lawyers allowed in? You know, this is the city of immigrants for sure, and we want to protect our people. But, you know, I would recommend that we not advertise idiots jumping around with Mexican flags while attacking property, because it goes both ways. Trump is trying to get us to nibble, so we're fighting back in the courts is the right way. So that's why I support this. And, you know, make sure that we understand who and what so that people can relax. It's horrifying that folks should feel intimidated. Go to your graduation. Nobody is going to allow that. So enjoy the graduation.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Eric.
Actions. Gia Murillo, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Gia Murillo with Proyecto Pastoral at Dolores Mission in Boyle Heights, and I'm calling in strong support of item A7. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for introducing this crucial motion. Proyecto Pastoral is leading a rapid response network in Boyle Heights and East LA. We can speak firsthand to the fear and terror being felt by our immigrant communities. These sweeps have targeted hardworking residents, individuals who play a vital role in sustaining our local economy and caring for our families and communities. immigrant residents are afraid to go to work and even pick up food at our food distribution out of fear that their family member will be impacted by immigration enforcement. I'm disturbed that the president escalated the situation by federalizing the National Guard without the consent of local leadership. This purposeful escalation puts us all in danger. Our executive director was tear gassed while peacefully protesting without any prior warning or dispersal order. Our immigrant families need support at this time, and this motion offers them critical resources to help them during this crisis. I urge the
Thank
board
you.
to vote
Next
yes on
speaker,
item
please.
A7. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Elena Serrano, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Maria Elena Serrano, and I'm president of Comité Mexicano Cívico Patriótico. We produce the beautiful East LA Mexican Parade, and I'm calling in support of item 7. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this important motion. These last few days, as we've seen as of today, it's been incredibly difficult for immigrant community. Our immigrant community, they're not only afraid to go to work. I mean, as you mentioned, to go to their graduations or even to go to church and also to go to funerals. I was in one yesterday, and many members did not show up because they're afraid. They fear that they or their families members will be impacted by immigration enforcement. The county has always stood up for its immigrant community, and I'm glad that the county is taking a stand in support of our neighbors.
Thank you. Moderator,
I urge
next
the
speaker,
board
please.
to vote yes on
Thank
item
you.
7.
Gracias.
Tony Brown, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Tony Brown, and I'm the CEO of Heart of Los Angeles, and I'm calling in support of item A7. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this important motion. You know, the last few days have been incredibly difficult for our kids and our families in our immigrant communities in which we serve. I have literally watched the hope fall from the children whom we serve's eyes as they come to our center hoping for hope and safety. And it's at this moment in time, thanks to the actions of, President Trump and escalation of the situation and through the federalizing of National Guard, start to zap that away. And it kills me without the consent of local leadership. I'm grateful that the county's always stood up for its immigrant communities. I'm glad the county is taking a stand in support of our neighbors and in support of fighting and combating this act of
Thank you.
immortality.
Moderator, next speaker, please.
Immorality. I urge the vote for A7.
Thank you.
Moderator.
Alejandra Aidla, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you very much. My name is Alejandra Avila. I am the mayor of the city of Baldwin Park. I am calling in support of item A7. As an immigrant, I am outraged of the actions of this president. Our community is scared to be out on the streets. It's scared to go to graduation. I am asking for your support on item A7. I am also supporting the fact that we are taking action against him and taking him to court. I am so happy to hear this county continues to support our immigrants. Thank you for your support. I urge you to vote yes on A7.
Thank you, Mayor Avila.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Raymond Andre, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. This is Dr. Raymond Andre, the superintendent of the Mountain View School District. I'm calling to show my strong support for item A7. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing this important motion forward. These past few days have been deeply disturbing for immigrant families. Families here in my school district have called afraid to go to their promotion ceremonies, afraid to see their children's major life events. They're living in fear. They're afraid to go to work. Our immigrant friends and families are human beings who deserve dignity and respect. I appreciate you bringing something forward that supports that statement. In addition, it's extremely troubling that this president has escalated the situation, not for any good intent, but by bringing the National Guard in without local consent, nor even a need at this point. This motion provides vital resources, mental health, legal, economic support, and defends our community's rights through the state's lawsuit. The county has always stood by its immigrant residents, and I urge the board to continue that commitment by voting yes on A7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Claudia Batista, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Bautista, Executive Director with the Pomona Economic Opportunity Center. I am calling in support of item A7. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this important motion. The last few months have been incredibly difficult for immigrant communities, in particular working-class immigrants like day laborers and garment workers. In Pomona, Border Patrol did a raid similar to the ones in LA this past week, back in April, and we're still fighting to get some of those day laborers out of detention. We know the community is afraid to go to work or taking the kids to school, going to the grocery store. The events that happened this last week are not just harrowing, but disturbing. Federal agents rounding people up like cattle, resorting to violence against peaceful protests that are logical result to the attacks from the federal government on our communities. People are fighting for their families, their loved ones. We know the administration will continue to target our immigrant communities, and that is why it is imperative
Next
for
speaker,
the county
please.
to take action.
Thank you.
Barney Santos, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Barney Santos. I'm the owner of Boulevard Market and Alchemy Craft, and I support A7. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for this introduction to the motion. You know, as a son of immigrant parents from El Salvador, I'm disgusted by the rhetoric and action being conducted by the President's office. The recent raids are so harmful to the state and especially our county. Undocumented immigrants contribute $180 billion in GDP to the state, pay over $3.7 billion in state tax and local tax, and represent $40 billion to $60 billion in spending power that goes to local communities. People are living in fear right now, and they're afraid to go to work, and this is putting so much unnecessary stress and trauma on families. They need to, they really need our support because they are Angelinos and they deserve our compassion. I support this bill, and I ask the board to please vote yes on item A7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Rosie Espinosa, your line is open. You may begin.
Rosie?
Good afternoon. My name is Rosie, and I'm calling in support of item A7. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for introducing this important motion. These last few days have been incredibly difficult for our immigrant communities. These sweeps have targeted hardworking residents, individuals who play a vital role in sustaining our local economy and caring for our families and communities. Our immigrant residents are afraid to go to work or even attend important events like high school graduations out of fear that they or a family member will be impacted by immigration enforcement. The county has always stood up for its immigrant communities, and I'm glad that the county is taking a stand in support of our neighbors. I urge the board to vote yes on item A7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Belindo Campos, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Belinda Campos Bresnahan, and I'm from District 5, and I'm calling in support of A7. I'm a proud Mexican American, and I am here to speak to those who are scared to use their voice during this time. These last few days have been incredibly difficult for our immigrant communities. These sweeps have targeted hardworking residents and dreamers. Our immigrant families, our dreamers, our community need your support right now. This motion offers them critical resources to help them out during this ugly time. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, Ham, and Barger, for introducing this motion. I urge the board to vote in favor of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Marge Delgado, your line is open. You may begin. Marge Delgado, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Marge Delgado, and I'm a daughter of immigrants from LA County and a university student, and I'm calling in support of item A7. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for introducing this important motion. I first want to acknowledge everyone who is being impacted by this attack on our hardworking community. Les aseguro que los jóvenes seguiremos luchando por ustedes. Seeing everything going on, it is highly disturbing the amount of hate being incentivized and propagated by the administration, especially the president, who's dismantling our Constitution with every order given. LA County has been through enough this year, and we don't need our places of worship, schools, and third spaces turned into danger zones. Our immigrant neighbors have built and maintained our city since the beginning of our history. They are not criminals. Therefore, I urge the board to do the right thing and vote yes on item A7, providing accessible resources and information to our community, as well as doing everything in their power to protect the U.S. Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item A7, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the next caller, please?
Brian Tabatabai, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Brian Calderon Tabatabai, son of immigrants and proud grandson of an American citizen who was one of 1.2 million American citizens illegally deported during the Great Depression. And I am calling in support of item A7. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for introducing this important motion. 100 years ago, our community was left to resist alone, but today the Board of Supervisors are taking the step to let our community know that they are not alone against this racist regime that is attacking us. This motion is something that the state of California apologized for not doing back during the Depression, but we are doing something to make sure our families stay together, that our community is safe, and that we can continue to live together as a beautiful LA County. So please support item A7. Thank you, Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
This board and state, in fact, are felons on so many levels, as I have stated before, and a disgrace to your duties to all. The use of the term immigrant without the term legal included is disingenuous, and you have brought this upon yourselves and have victimized us all. Your pledge is one nation indivisible. I further would initiate the use of water cannons to clear violence and blocking of freeways. Supervisor Hahn and Mitchell forget to conveniently about the Black Lives Matters riots and black businesses destroyed with this issue. And of course, we have Supervisor Mitchell throwing in the race card. What's not to about that? But then we have Obama. They forget that deported 3 million. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Amy Zhao, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Amy Zhao, and I'm from Chinatown Service Center, and I'm calling in support of item A7. Thank you, Supervisor Lee, for bringing this motion forward. The recent immigration sweeps and the fertilization of the National Guard has created fear in our immigrant community. They should not be subjected to such inhumane treatment. This weekend's raid has targeted a hardworking individual, and they'll continue to do so unless we do something. Therefore, I urge the board to vote yes on A7, as it provides critical support and stands up to these unlawful actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Danielle Rivas, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Rivas. I'm calling on behalf of YWCA San Gabriel Valley to urge the board to vote yes on item A7. This escalating immigration enforcement has really sown just nothing but division, unrest, and immense fear, with due process being ignored and individuals taken from their loved ones with really little to no answers or any direction for their families. We're very grateful to Supervisor Solis for introducing this motion and recognize how timely it is, as we know these attacks will only continue under the current administration. Thank you to Los Angeles County for taking a stand in support of our community. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sahari Cruz, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Sarai Cruz from the Salvadoran American Leadership and Education Fund, and I'm speaking in strong support of Supervisor Hilda Solis' motion, addressing the urgent need to coordinate county response to the recent immigration enforcement actions that have shaken our communities. This motion is only timely, but it's necessary. Across Los Angeles, families are living in fear, ensuring that their loved ones will return home from school, work, or a simple trip to the grocery store. Supervisor Solis' leadership reflects our county's values of compassion, dignity, and justice. I come into the motion to mention with first approach, especially strengthening rapid response networks, activating county departments around mental health, and making critical resources accessible. Protecting also county-owned public spaces from being misused by federal immigration authorities for enforcement purposes, reaffirming that these are sanctuary for communities, not targets for fear. And importantly, the motion
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Solidarity with State California. And legal
Next speaker,
actions
please.
against the
Moderator.
Constitution over- Thank you.
Sophia Alvarez, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi. Hi, good morning. My name is Sophia Alvarez. I'm calling in strong support of item A7. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for introducing this important motion. These sweeps target individuals who play a vital role in sustaining our local economy and caring for our families and communities. Our immigrant families are living in fear. These community members need support at this time, and this motion offers them critical resources to help them during this crisis. I cannot go without mentioning disturbing actions of President Trump, federalizing the National Guard on peaceful protesters exercising their First Amendment rights without the consent of local leadership to begin escalating tensions in LA County has been incredibly frustrating. This motion will support the state's law against the president's unlawful actions. We know this administration will continue to target our immigrant communities. That is why it is imperative for the county to take action now. We are living in an unprecedented moment in LA history. Now, LA County must set the precedent that we will stand by our immigrant communities and stand up against these authoritarian tactics. I urge the board to vote yes on item A7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Vivian English, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian English, and I'm calling from the Wellness Center, LA. I'm a Chicana and proud parent and daughter of immigrants. These past few days have been heartbreaking. Our immigrant families are scared to go to work, scared to celebrate graduations just for existing. These sweeps don't make us safer. They tear families apart and keep fear in our communities. I'm especially upset that the president brought in the National Guard without local consent. That's not leadership, that's harm. How can they be so aggressive towards immigrants in a county and a state with Spanish names built on immigrant hands? Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing forward this motion. It gives our communities and support the protection that they need right now. Please vote yes on item A7. Our families are counting on you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mia Barnett, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mia Barnett, and I'm an LA resident and child of an immigrant. I'm calling in support of A7. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for introducing this motion. Immigrants and other marginalized people have lived in fear since the Trump administration took office, further exacerbated by the terrifying ICE raids of the past few days. Regardless of immigration status or criminal history, no human being deserves to be taken from their home, workplace, or their children's schools and detained without due process. As a Japanese American, I know what happens when the government terrorizes people and violates their human rights. 80 years after Japanese Americans were detained in concentration camps during World War II, intergenerational trauma still affects our community. The impact of this administration targeting immigrants will be felt for many years to come, and A7 is an important step in addressing this harm in this moment and going forward. I urge the board to vote yes on item A7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yuritsa Gonzalez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Yaritza Gonzalez, and I'm here on behalf of CARESTEN, the Central American Resource Center, and I'm calling in support of item A7. The recent ICE raids in LA County have been targeting hardworking immigrants, individuals who play a vital role in sustaining our local economy. I'm also disturbed that the president escalated the situation by federalizing the National Guard without the consent of local leadership. Our immigrant families need support at this time, and this motion offers them critical resources to help them during this crisis. We know that the administration will continue to target our immigrant communities, and that this is why it is imperative that the county take action. I urge the board to vote yes on item A7.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Vanessa Melendez, your line is open. You may begin.
Want
wanted to note and respond to the last gentleman, but Obama did not militarize domestically. So I thought I would just respond to that. Anyways, good morning, board. My name is Vanessa Melendrez, and I'm calling in support of A7. First off, thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this important motion. These last few days have been traumatizing for the entirety of Los Angeles, and I urge you to take action and vote yes on this item. These sweeps have targeted hardworking residents, not criminals. These people pay largely into our local economy, not to mention into social welfare programs that we all benefit from. Our immigrant families need support, and this motion offers critical resources to them. Not only that, but we need to be an example to the nation on how to stand up to overreaches of power. Let it be noted, this motion will also support the state's lawsuit against the president's unlawful actions. And with this, I urge the board to support item A7 and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Manuel Lira, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Lira. I'm speaking today on behalf of SEIU Local 721 and on more than 55,000 dedicated members who work for LA County. Thank you to Supervisor Solis for introducing this important motion. The last few days have been really difficult for our immigrant communities. These sweeps have targeted hardworking residents, individuals who play a really important role in sustaining our local economy and also caring for our families and communities. Our immigrant families need support at this time, and this motion offers them critical resources to help them during the crisis. The Los Angeles labor movement stands with our immigrant communities, and we're glad the county is also standing in support of our neighbors. We urge the board to vote yes on item A7. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Renisha Hubert, your line is open. You may begin.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Ms. Hubbard. I am a mother and a taxpayer and a survivor of the broken system for 11 years. And my family has been targeted, torn apart, and traumatized under the custody of DCFS. I am here today because we deserve justice. We deserve it now. While you rush to approve emergency aid and protection for immigrant families, and I support their right to be protected, you have ignored your own citizens like me, who have been screaming for help while being retaliated against by DCFS and social workers' dependency court system. My children were taken. My daughter was raped twice under your watch. I was never notified. I was never protected. And when I demanded answers, I was met with lies, silence, false reports. You have seen emails. You have proof. And yet no action, no single dollar returned to my family for the trauma we endured. DCFS lied and claimed I haven't spoke to my daughter. I have videos, photos, recordings, proving
Thank
our
you.
relationship.
Next speaker, please.
I found her every time she ran away.
Jorge Chavez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Jorge Chavez, and I'm an organizer with SEIU USWW. I'm calling in to voice my strong support for item A7. First, I want to thank Supervisor Solis for introducing this critical motion at such a pivotal moment. These past few days have been incredibly distressing for our immigrant brothers and sisters here in our community. The recent sweeps have targeted hardworking individuals, people who contribute daily to our local economy and who care for our families, our elders, and our children. Right now, many immigrant residents are living in fear. They're afraid to go to work, to take their kids to school, or attend milestone events like graduations, basic parts of daily life that are now overshadowed by the threat of enforcement and detention. I'm especially concerned by President's decision to federalize the National Guard without the consent of local leadership. This escalation not only undermines the local authority, but further instills fear in communities that already feel vulnerable. Item A7 provides essential resources and support for immigrant families during this crisis, and I'm grateful that it also affirms the county support of state's lawsuit against these unlawful actions. We know this won't be the last time our communities are targeted.
Speaker,
That's
please.
why it's so important that our county continues to lead with courage.
Moderator, next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. That concludes the time for public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. I want to especially thank the in-person speakers and also those that called in this afternoon. Very moving and very interesting and compelling information that people have actually experienced in the County of Los Angeles. And I want to thank again my co-author and members of the board on my behalf. But Executive Officer, can you please call the roll, seeing that there are no other comments from the board?
Madam Chair Pro Tem, do we have a motion by yourself and then a second by
Yes,
Supervisor
I
Hahn?
will move it, and Supervisor Hahn will second it.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Next item.
At this time, it would be appropriate to hear from supervisors on items not on the posted agenda to be presented or referred to staff or placed on the future agenda. Madam Chair, it is my understanding that there are no specials. We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now. Members of the public, you will have 1 minute to address the board on general public comment. Please state your name for the record. You may only address the board on general public comment. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Brian Ranger, Hill, Malvin. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you'd like to address the board in general public comment, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin. Oh, Eric is gone. Anna Lee, your line is open. You may begin.
AT&T is working to back out as the carrier of last resort. This is evident in the failure of a timely response to residents with no landline service. I was very disappointed at the supervisor's televised response on the matter. Where is the anger that, yes, paying for services they are not receiving, but for the loss of medical connections, financial connections, and social connections that comes with no landline service? Let me put this in a manner that you supervisors may understand. The incarcerated have phone privileges. Please also advocate for law-abiding citizens. Advocate and support that copper wire theft convictions be punished by the death penalty.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Claudia Hippolito, your line is open. You may begin.
Claudia, please begin.
Hi there, and my apologies for speaking out of turn the last time. My name is Claudia Hippolito. I just want to support item number 11. Once again, I'd like to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath for their motion to send a 5-signature letter to the governor and state legislature to incorporate funding for California AIDS Drug Assistance Program. I think these funds represent a critical opportunity for the state to support community-based organizations and life-saving HIV prevention programs. I request the board to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Melvin Stephen Hill. I am a United States Marine Corps veteran and a retired correctional peace officer for the state of California. I was arrested March 7th, 2022, approximately over 3 years ago, by Alex Villanueva, placing me on a list of prohibited people. I was arrested by the Department of Justice, and right now, neither one of those entities want to have anything to do with my arrest. I spoke out at a public event in the Antelope Valley that was held by County Supervisor Catherine Barger. She's fully aware of this. There are approximately 9 elected officials in the Antelope Valley that are aware of this arrest, and no one will do anything. I'm asking the board to investigate my arrest. I have been denied my 5th and 14th Amendment rights under the Constitution. I have not been able to face my accusers. They took my father's weapons, who was a World War II veteran. They have not returned them to me. They have not given me any chance to speak.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Please begin.
Please begin.
What's the point? I mean, if you're not going to listen to that, you're not going to listen to me.
You have 1 minute, sir. Go ahead, start the clock.
right of entry is in error. It's caused a problem. I'm going to lose my house, and because of your debris deadline. And I've tried to contact it twice through the phone, 2 times through the online, and you can't get this brief for this discussion.
Where do you live, sir? In the what district?
I'm in the Eaton Fire.
Okay, so you're in the 5th. Okay, we can get someone from our services our department to come and meet with you, okay? So they can help walk you through, provide you assistance. Can we get that, county staff? Please. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Very briefly, Claudia Jerez. I just want to comment on item 11. I'm new here, so it's my first time, so I want more information on it. I do oppose it. It seems to me it's a plan for AIDS project that I'm interested in because I used to work with homeless individuals, and you can understand the safety issue with that. So AIDS could be very, very prominent with homeless individuals. And so, the cleanliness and, showering and all that. So I think that I would like more information on it, and, hopefully I can comment about it later. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes our time for general public comment.
Okay, executive officer.
Madam Chair, at this time, it'd be appropriate to hear adjournments. I believe we have adjournments from Supervisor Hahn as well as Supervisor Mitchell.
Okay, then let's start with Supervisor Mitchell. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Colleagues, I asked today that when we adjourn in the memory of Lois Jean Buckman. Mrs. Buckman was born on March 9, 1947 in Detroit, Michigan, and passed away March 31st at the age of 78 here in Los Angeles. After high school, Ms. Buckman relocated to Ohio to attend Central State University. She then settled in Los Angeles, where she lived for over 60 years. She was a single mother of 3 beautiful daughters, whom were her pride and joy. In the 70s, Ms. Buckman rose to prominence as the first Black woman hired as a cashier at General Telephone and Electric, GTE, now known as Verizon, where she would go on to break multiple barriers during a career spanning more than 3 decades. Ms. Buckman retired from Verizon as a regional sales director, overseeing operations across several states, including California, Ohio, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. She was known for her compassion and kindness, guiding staff with a mix of discipline, humor, and insight. She was a fierce advocate for workplace equity and inclusion, creating professional opportunities for countless others and serving as a mentor. Ms. Buckman had a heart for community service and giving back to others. For over 40 years, she was involved with the Regalettes Incorporated, serving as its president for the last 16 years. She is credited with helping the organization raise more than $1 million in scholarships for underserved youth. In 2023, she received the Regalettes Legacy Award. She was a founding member of Sisters Involved in Linking Knowledge, SILK, a member of the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and a member of First AME Church. She loved music, dancing, and spending time with her family and friends, especially cooking and hosting holiday parties. She will be remembered as a loving and dedicated daughter who flew back and forth to Detroit every other week to help care for her mother, May. She will also be remembered for her servant leadership, beautiful smile, strength, and advocacy. To honor her memory, her family is establishing the Lois Buckman Foundation, which will help fund colon cancer screenings for low-income individuals. She is survived by and will be missed by her 3 daughters, Tracy, Chumbe, and Taya, 4 grandchildren, Mark, Amira, Honor, and Savannah, as well as a host of extended family and friends, including her sisters in the Regalettes, who will continue her legacy of empowerment and compassion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I move that when we adjourn in the memory of Delma Ray,
who was lovingly known as Ma. She passed away on Easter morning at age 92. Delma was born in Las Rosas, Argentina, and was a profoundly faithful woman. She loved deeply, served humbly, and believed fiercely. Delma leaves behind 5 sons, Bobby, John, who's one of my assessment appeals board appointees, Richard, and Henry, 10 grandchildren, and 18 great-grandchildren. And she was predeceased by her youngest son, Danny. And then I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Fernando Dutra, who was the father of our Fernando Dutra that we serve with on the Metro board. He is vice chair. He will soon be chair of Metro. He's also a Whittier council member. And we knew that recently his father was in ill health, and Fernando took some time to be with him in his last few weeks. So Fernando A. Dutra was born on December 20th, 1932, and grew up on the Portuguese island of Pico. He was one of 3 boys, and his parents, Francisco and Carolina, raised them according to their own traditions and values. Fernando's life was dedicated to public service, having served in the Portuguese army for over 20 years. And he eventually moved to the United States with his family and ended up in LA County, where he continued building a legacy of service through his involvement in the Portuguese community. Fernando served as president and held various roles on committees at the Artesia DES, the Divino Espirito Santo Hall, and the Paramount Portuguese Hall. He also served as a journalist for Portuguese newspapers for over 4 decades. And those who knew Fernando recall him as a passionate athlete, inspiring. Let's feel a little loud in here as we're having adjournments. We'd like to have some respect
Quiet, please.
for this moment. Those who knew Fernando recall him as a passionate athlete, inspiring soccer coach, and mentor. Most of all, he will be remembered for his deep love for his family and impact he had in the community. When the president of Portugal came to the United States to visit, he came to Artesia several years ago, and our Fernando was so excited to bring his father to that event so he could meet the president of Portugal. So our thoughts and prayers are with Fernando and his family. And yes, it would be really nice to have all of us adjourn in his memory. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn the memory of the Honorable Jerry Connolly, who passed away at the age of 75. Before running for elected office, Jerry worked for the American Freedom from Hunger Foundation, where he rose from education director to executive director and simultaneously served as executive director of the U.S. Committee for Refugees. Jerry received his Master of Public Administration from the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. He went on to become a staffer for then Senator Joe Biden on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, where he developed his deeply honed knowledge of foreign policy. Jerry went on to serve for 13 years on the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, and then for 16 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, where I was honored to serve with him for the 5.5 years I was there. I remember him as just such a fine human being, had a great, keen sense of humor, and was always very supportive of his fellow Democrats in Congress.
Can I join you on that?
Yes, thank you. While serving in Congress, he was elected to be the ranking member of the Oversight Government Reform Committee and the president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly twice. Jerry is survived by his wife and partner of 52 years, Catherine, and his daughter, Caitlin. And I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Julian Rodriguez, who was 95 when he passed away. Julian, I knew Julian as just one of my favorite people in Wilmington, and he served on the Wilmington VFW Color Guard. And this is the, a lot of these veterans color guards will take their own time to go to different funerals, different cemeteries, so they can provide that respectable burial for one of their fellow veterans. And every event that we had in San Pedro or Wilmington, Julian was there performing with his fellow VFW colleagues in the color guard. He worked as a longshoreman from 1949 to 1951 before being drafted by the Army to serve as a medic during the Korean War. After the war, he briefly worked at a local cannery before going to work for the U.S. Postal Service as a mail carrier. He would go on to spend more than 40 years in that role, walking over 10 miles a day, delivering mail to his friends and neighbors in Wilmington. But Julian's true passion was being involved in the Banning High School Booster Club. As a proud graduate of Banning High, Julian attended every football game, whether home or away, even at the age of 94. Rain or shine, he could be found selling raffle tickets at halftime to raise money for the team. Julian worked closely with the coaches and faculty in whatever capacity he was needed for the benefit of the program. His presence at these Friday night games will surely be missed. Julian is survived by his wife, Cecile, his son, Michael, his daughter-in-law, Irene, his granddaughter, Nicole, and 3 great-grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for all of that. Members will take all those into consideration and will adopt them. Executive Officer, closed session.
Members of the public, the board will now be going into closed session. While the board is in closed session, we will be showing video presentations. Supervisor Horvath has video presentations recognizing Marine Mammal Care Center and out in Santa Monica. Supervisor Solis has video presentations recognizing Amplifying the Latina Voice and Literacy on Wheels. In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1 through CS4, conferences with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, item number CS5, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, item numbers CS6, public employee performance evaluations, and item number CS7, conference with labor negotiators Fezia Davenport and designated staff.
Okay, thank you.
I also want to thank John and everyone at the Marine Mammal Care Center for all that you do. You have done nothing short of a miracle this year in terms of how you have helped to protect our coastline, to take care of these beautiful animals, and to just give us hope that we're going to be able to, care for the marine life that exists here and that has been impacted not only by the fires this year, which have been devastating enough, but through the ongoing impacts of climate change. So I want to thank once again the Marine Mammal Care Center for your tremendous life-saving work. And it is truly my pleasure on behalf of Los Angeles County to present our Marine Mammal Care Center with a scroll designed by the artists of LA County. Thank you all for your tremendous leadership.
Hi, everyone. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath here to honor Out in Santa Monica, a coalition of the City of Santa Monica staff who are leading change for a more inclusive community. As we celebrate Pride Month, I want to thank you for being a catalyst for transformation. You have woven inclusion into daily city life, and it truly makes a difference. Because of Out in Santa Monica, if you visit any new park, any beach restroom, or multi-stall facility in the city, you'll find that they are now all gender. It's a simple sign, but it speaks volumes. In Santa Monica, everyone is welcome and everyone counts. Out in Santa Monica, you've done something absolutely remarkable. You've turned ideals into action and action into belonging. You've shown us what it means to celebrate pride with purpose, with heart, and impact, and how to design a community for everyone. Christopher Smith, thank you for your vision and leadership as Santa Monica's Deputy City Manager and LGBTQ+ liaison, helping to shepherd this work into reality. And thank you all, especially to your colleagues and everyone in the City of Santa Monica family, for cultivating safe spaces of love, joy, and respect across Santa Monica. Let's keep walking forward in full color together.
On behalf of Out in Santa Monica, I want to thank you so much for this. And I know together Santa Monica and Los Angeles will not shy away from protecting people's rights to access healthcare, marry those we love, and embrace our true gender identities. So thank you for this acknowledgement and your support.
And on behalf of Los Angeles County, this is for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is our 8th year doing Latina Fest, and we moved it to a bigger venue. And here we are celebrating being Latina within communities, supporting small businesses.
We have 100 vendors here today, and they sell from food to shoes to beautiful dresses. We wanted to include everyone because we as Latinos are familia.
They have grown so large, they now have occupied this space here at Gloria Molina Grand Park, and they're expecting anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 people today.
I'm at Latina Fest because now more than ever is it important to show our power, our unity, and our ability to come together and do beautiful things together for our community.
This really shows, especially young Latinas, how what you can do and the power that you have, and the opportunities are endless.
I came to Latina Fest to make sure that every Latina knows her data and knows that we are powerful and we're strong.
Latinos fight hard. They take care of their families. They're the bread earners. They have the fastest growing number of small businesses in the county.
It is so important, and I love to see all of the community of women that are here supporting each other. I invite everyone to come out and just join in the fun.
Sending so much love to all the Latinas and our allies that are here supporting Latina Fest today and in the future. We need you to show up for each other, but most importantly for yourself.
Please remember, Latinas are powerful. Latinas are amazing. So please be proud of your legacy and go forth and conquer.
For more information about Latina Fest, including all of the vendors that were here today and all of our supporters and sponsors, go to latinafest.com.
We are here launching our East Bookmobile. This machine is our first in the county all-electric bookmobile. This particular vehicle is 29 feet long, it is 12 feet high, and it is 8 feet wide.
This vehicle will be making stops around the county in the 1st District, Tuesday through Saturdays. They have a set time to go and be available. They can sign you up for a library card. You can also check out Chromebooks, hotspot kits, as we call them, and even enroll and obtain a free California State Park pass. This electric mobile library will not only be able to come to you, but provide streamlined access to over 2,500 books.
And it's ADA accessible. So those of you who require ADA accessibility, this back door drops and you can get a wheelchair up and into this vehicle.
My wife and I were trying to get our son into reading as much as possible, and the bookmobile just makes it easier, it makes it fun, it's vibrant, it's really cool to be in.
Thank you. If people live far away, they can just come to the park, and it's also convenient because you can return the books that you borrow at any public library that is in the Los Angeles County.
I hope it helps inspire more kids to read and also gets adults out there, people who are also retired, elderly, who want to find a new way to get into new information. It's a great service.
So if you'd like to find out where the next stop is going to be for one of our 4 bookmobiles, log on to our website at www.lacountylibrary.org.
We're back in session. Executive Officer, will you please read out what took place in closed session?
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on June 10th, 2025. Items number CS1 through CS4, conferences with legal counsel. Regarding existing litigation, no reportable action was taken. Item number CS5, conference with legal counsel. Regarding anticipated litigation, no reportable action was taken. Item number CS6, public employee and performance evaluation, no reportable action was taken. And item number CS7, conference with labor negotiators, Fezia Davenport, and designated staff, no reportable action was taken.
All right, this board meeting is adjourned.